Goes again. Sorry, YouTube keeps messing with me. So, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you might be. Got a halo over me tonight. I don't know if I'm going to keep that light. I greet you all with the love and honor of the infinite creator. And I continue to pray that each and every day, that each and every one of you will continue to learn how to accept and receive the knowledge, the wisdom, and the healing from the universe. Am I sideways? Okay, thank you. Good deal. Sorry, everybody. I'd started over, but I wouldn't know if this would way. Thank you, Chloe. So anyway, my name is David Null, also known as Hawkeye Two Feathers, and I don't like that light. It's better with soft light, maybe. It gives the camera looks at the light and makes it glow and stuff. Anyway, so I greet you all with the love and the honor of the infinite creator. I do. And as we were doing a show tonight on Robert V's channel, the discussion backstage and a little bit during our discussion, the word manifestation comes in. And there are folks out there using that word, okay? And you don't hear me using that word, okay? Because to use the word manifestation conjures up in the person's mind that it's some kind of supernatural thing that they do or that you do to manifest something. God manifested matter, So there is this, whether folks agree with it or not, it is, because manifesting something came in with witches and science, you know. I'm going to manifest this thing I'm going to manifest gold by mixing these two things together. I'm going to, manifest. Hey, F. Kitty, how you doing? God bless y'all. So in this world of manifestation, several years ago, it's been close to 10 years ago now, listening to people on the internet. And some of these folks are like, they were talking about these one particular folks, and I can't remember them, but anyway, this gentleman was supposed to be, a representative of Inner Earth kind of thing. And so he was like, you as human being could manifest anything. All you got to do is, and you have everything at your fingertips to manifest what you need. And so all these people start, and, did you know that you are gods and goddesses walking around? Did you know that you're a goddess? And did you know what you're a god? And people started listening, and they took that shit wrong. They did. They took it wrong. I'm God. Leave me alone. I'm a goddess. I'm the goddess. Leave me alone. I don't know if I'm a goddess or not, but that's what I'm claiming to be. So the God goddess thing got way out of hand. And it's still out of hand. And talking with people, folks my age, I'm listening in, and it was some folks that was being interviewed for something, and they were waiting around and talking. And the one older gentleman my age says, what the hell is this business with these younger folks thinking that they're gods and goddesses? They just walk around all the time staring at their phones. They don't do anything. They don't, interact with anything. They say, he's sitting over here, Duggar is. They say, well, we don't need to do it. I'm a god. I can manifest what I want. Okay. So they think that somehow they have a supernatural power, that they're going to be able to wiggle their fingers in just the right way, and they're going to be able to manifest literally out of thin air what they want or need. And don't work that way. And it really don't work that way. And you screwed up, and you thought about it too much, and you took things literally, and oh my God, you gods and goddesses out there did not learn from the rest of the teachings from the gentleman. So the fact that, we're all gods and goddesses, so there's one confusion, okay? Oh, thank you, Chloe. I got me a bowl sitting here. I got to top it off, so I'll do that while we're yapping. But so this has swayed these folks in the beginning, right? These younger folks, I'm a god, I'm a goddess. I don't have to do these things. I'm going to manifest this. Great. But guess what? And having conversation tonight, we were having conversation on thought, on thinking, right? Using the brain to think and what it man, So here's the thing. To manifest something, anything, it first requires thought. Oh, Dave, you're wrong. You don't know what you're talking about. Blah, 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 blah. So, but wait, calm down. Put your hand around the back of your drawers and keep your panties on. You're going to manifest something. Yes. All right. Well, how are you going to do it? Well, I had this thought. Ding, 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 ding. Right. You had this thought. Well, but I was sitting around, I was thinking about, ding, 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 ding. You were thinking about it. Now, okay, this is a bad analogy, I guess, but it's sort of true. So, it was one thing when my brother passed away 3 months ago plus. God bless you, Danny. And then out of nowhere on a Friday afternoon, I get a phone call from my sister Lynn. David, yeah? I'm going to give you something. I mean, her voice was real serious. Okay. I'm going to give you Danny's car. Okay. Now, I have the Jeep out there. It's wonderful. It costs a lot of money to keep that SOB up, but that's cool. It was my brother's. But here's the thing. I had thought 2 years ago when my truck broke down, 3 years ago, and I was kind of stuck here. And I was like, man, I got it fixed now. The truck runs good now. And she's got 4 good tires on her. So, but I was like, it would be nice to have a newer vehicle. Mine's a 98. So I don't look at her as old, but she's a 98, So get something new. Well, but I don't have the money. I knew I couldn't go out and get one. My pension does not, my Social Security does not allow that. And so now I have a 2014 Jeep Cherokee. And so what about that? Well, that was sort of manifested out of thin air. Okay. It literally more or less appeared in my life. I didn't think about my brother's Jeep. I just figured his kids would get it, and that was that. But out of whatever, what out of, let's see, but out of the universe, because that's where stuff kind of gets worked out using your thoughts. I end up with my brother's Jeep, paid for. It's got insurance, got a tag. So now, if somebody was to say, well, gee, Dave, I'm going to do the same thing. What? You're going to let your uncle die so you can get a vehicle? No, no, no. I'm going to manifest it. Hang on, hang on. I did not manifest that Jeep. I thought about how nice it would be if I had a newer vehicle. If. Because mine is really getting old, right? I got to take care of it. So, but no, I did not want a push button car. This Jeep has got everything in it that's electronic. I didn't want that. So if I wanted to manifest something, I would have got something with fewer electronical things in it, So I love you, Danny, and my sister, that's not against them. It's just that, I had already told myself I would, if I had the money, I would not buy a new vehicle with a push button because I think it's silly. But anyway, now I own a vehicle, and I don't tell the car that I think it's silly anymore. So, but anyway, but somebody else will go, well, I can manifest a car. You manifested a Jeep, and you didn't even really think about it. And I'm like, calm down. I know I'm a god and possibly a goddess too. They both run in the family, but no, I didn't sit here and meditate that I'm going to get a Jeep. My brother passed away and I'm going to get his vehicle. So no, I didn't think any of that. Right. So, but here I am now. I have the vehicle without manifesting it, without thinking about it. Now, what I did have to think about was where I was going to come up with the money for the insurance and where I was going to get the money to, because it's like $980 every 6 months. It's ridiculous. It's for both my vehicles, but still. So then, I had to pay the ad valorem tax and the tag tax and all that. And so, you've heard me talk about saving up some money under my chair. Well, I have been saving money up underneath my seat here on my chair. And thank God that I've been saving money after all of these years because I was able to manifest $500 last Wednesday to pay for my down payment for my eye surgery. I wouldn't have been able to do it otherwise. I couldn't have borrowed the money. I don't have a credit card. I could have paid it off as soon as I got my check, but so I had to pay him $500 down, and I owe him $200 when I get there on Wednesday. That's for my copay, my insurance, to get my eyes repaired, and they're really getting bad. So So did I manifest that money? No, I saved it. $10, $20 at a time. I heard somebody say, well, it's so hard to save these days. Listen, 4 quarters make $1. What? 4 quarters make $1. I've seen people, just don't care about their change because they use their card all the time and they want to round up and whatever. Okay, fine, rounding up, that's great. But they're not thinking about the change. I got change in my pocket, And so I've been dealing with cash here recently as an experiment for myself because I used to always deal in cash. I only wrote a check for the big things to the bank for my loan, for my car or something like that. So everyday expenses I paid for with cash long before we got a card. So, and if you got cash in your pocket, you know how much money you got. Period. Well, I got $50 in my pocket. Yep. Got anything at the house? No, well, I might have $10, with change and a dollar bill here and there. And, I might have $10. Okay. Well, if you've got, $50 in your pocket when you go home, take 30 of that money out and put it collect that change in them dollar bills and put it together. That's the start of your piggy bank. Now you say, well, Dave, Hawkeye, why are you telling me this right here? There's, I thought I was going to hear something about manifesting something. Ding, 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 ding. In order to manifest something, you have to have a nest egg. And putting a couple of dollars underneath your mattress and saving that money every month. It could be $10, $50, $100, $1,000. Don't matter. If I had, quote, extra money, meaning I didn't have to pay it out, at the end of the month, I took some money out of the bank, and guess what I did? I put it under my seat here in case I needed cash. Well, I was able to pay off the $500 for my copay for my eyes. I would not have had it. Did I know that I was saving the money? I thought I was saving money to go see Elderberry out in Missouri, So I have to rethink that one. But but the fact that you don't know what's going to come up, you don't know if a hurricane's going to come, you don't know about these things. So we're now, in order to manifest a solution, please pay attention. I don't mean to talk down to you, but this is serious. In order to manifest anything, you got to have a core value. You got to have a core stake in the game. They always say, the guys that went out west, you got to, what's your stake? And they weren't talking about meat. They weren't talking about a wooden stake. They were talking about money, because that money that went to the stake. In other words, when you put the stakes out on the ground, that told everybody that you own this property. Okay. The stakes still marks the property boundaries, right? So, have you got a stake in this? Well, yeah. I want to buy this property, and I got some money here in my hand. I've been saving, and nobody's bought it yet. So I'm trying to sneak up on it, and maybe they want to sell it so bad I can swing a deal. So I found this piece of property that the guy wanted to get rid of. Okay, pay attention, because there's stuff out there, but you have to look. So I found this gentleman, a couple of years older than me, but we had same kind of back to the nature thing with your Mother Earth news and things. So he saw me, he saw that I was serious, and he goes, listen, I'll sell you some of this. And do you think you can get a loan? I said, probably not. Because my job was, I just started, I'd moved up from Florida. I didn't have any equity. And so he said, well, I'll finance it for you. And I was like, you will? So he sold me this piece of property, financed it until I could get enough stake, enough equity in the property to go down to the bank and get a proper loan to pay him off, so that he didn't have to, accept the payments for this old hippie. But my point to that is, I manifested this property without using the word manifest, but I had to work at it. When I was in Tampa, I was manifesting that I'm going to have a place, and I'm going to live. I'm going to go back to the land, and I'm going to find a piece of property, and I'm going to be like a damn pioneer. And I'm going to do it like the old folks did. Well, that was back in the 70s, okay? And in the 70s, you could still pioneer stuff. Not so much these days. But because I mean, I physically hand dug my own well at 21 feet. So, and it's got water in it, so it's like, but so I have water, and I manifested these things first by thinking about it and then by digging it, you know? So these folks today, I missed the 20 or almost. These folks today don't understand that. Sure, you can manifest something, but it means you got to work, and they don't want to work. It means you got to think about it. They don't want to think about it. They want AI to think about it for them. Dumbass. 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 I can't stand it. I had to get another one out. Now, Hawkeye, why do you say that? Well, because they're shooting down the wrong trail. They're going down the wrong slide at the water park. They're going to end up outside the park. There are briar patches out there to get their feet stuck and their arms cut apart. Okay, so how do we get around this? What do we do? What we do is learn what the words mean. What did that guy mean by manifest? Does he mean something out of the Bible? God manifested this thing for the save the Jews, and God just, the manifest man. Okay, that ain't the same thing. The manifest is like, there's a sorcerer somewhere, and he's got this special spell that allows him to manifest things. He's going to manifest a cat. Meow. Woo, woo. Oh, it was half dog, half cat. Meow. Meow. That was horrible. So once you manifested, it didn't turn out quite what you wanted, right? And in alchemy, sometimes you got a trial and error. Well, in life, you got a little trial and error too. You might go and find a job and you think you're really going to stick with it. And then you find out that it sucks. You don't want to do that work. My granddaughter has graduated pretty much, and she's changing what she wants to do in life. I'm like, what? You were going to be a forensic pathologist, and now you want to invent a video game? You're going from forensic pathologist, which is noble in itself, right? You want to make a video game? That's how you want to make your mark in society. Instead of being, help, find, somebody that's dead and where they're, forensic pathology, they're helping to solve cases. And you want to trade, and she's already educated. It's not like she has to start over. But she told me on the phone the other day, she goes, Grandpa, I'm decided I want to learn how to make a video game. And I want to learn how to podcast on YouTube. So in 3 years, out of the Navy, got a good strength behind her. She put forth her time in the Navy, and I think that's wonderful. And now she's out in the regular world. She went to school. She used her GI Bill of Rights thingy to go to school. And she picked something I thought was different, but, very respectable. A pathologist, God almighty, that's wow. That's like looking at DNA and stuff. And you go, and she goes, Grandpa, and now I'm not going to do that. I'm gonna learn how to build video games on computers. So guess what? My granddaughter is at that age. She counts as some of these youngins, in my opinion. She's around 30-ish. I'm not sure exactly, um, and they just bought a $30,000 home in Pensacola. Okay, well, it's good. You're working for something. You had enough funds that you could buy a house. I hope you're making enough money every month to pay for the damn thing. So she and her wife are manifesting their reality, but they're working. Nice house, decent neighborhood. It's got an HMO, but and everything looks weirdly clean and taken care of. It's creepy. There's not she says, oh, well, you can, they don't get onto us for this or that or little things. And, and I'm thinking, but you're not looking at it from my eyes. I used to be a draftsman. I guess I still am. I have built on paper, as part of our training, I have built on paper these neighborhoods like you live in. And we had to give that, we were given parameters, how many acres for each house, blah, blah, blah. And, where the streets need to go. But here's the property. And you got to give me 65 units to go on this piece of property. That's the test. And it's up to, they don't care what it looks like, but there can't be no dead ends. The streets have to work. You have to be able to get, So, what do you do to manifest this thing? You got to think about it. I'm going to have 65 of these houses that are going to be this square on this piece of paper. And they each have to have a certain amount of room, which means there's got to be this other square, right? The house can be anywhere on the square, but got to have the square for the property. Now you say, Dave, why are you talking about this? Because you gotta use your noggin. You can't. The paperwork of what this neighborhood's going to look like is in the hands of an idiot in a drafting room somewhere where the boss says, I need 65 on this piece of property. Let me know by tomorrow, by first thing in the morning. What? Now that's what they do. So you architect or whoever the planner is given a piece of paper, he's given the dimensions, and here's we need 65 of these to fit on that piece of property right there, without them touching and without this and that. And if you got any room over, they'd like to have a park. What? Okay. So you sit down, you look at the first thing you do is study it. Now, when you're studying something, what do you use? Your feet? Your knees? Nope, you use your brain. You're supposed to. So if you want to manifest something, like I'm going to manifest how them 65 houses are going to fit on this piece of property. And I have to manifest it by in the morning. Now, this is a true scenario. A lot of houses going up all over the place, okay? Down in Florida, I can't believe it. They're building, entire neighborhoods out in the swamp. They're taking mud and sand from over here and building up the swamp, and then they put houses on it. I can't believe it. So a couple of the swamps that, used to go through when I was a kid have been filled in and they're, huge neighborhoods stuck in there. But anyway, so that just didn't grow overnight, although it seemed like it. No, somebody had to buy the property. They had to get permission to be able to build anything. Then they had to find something, find somebody. Gotta find somebody to help me here, to who was a good architect who could do the job that the owners want, right? So here's this person that comes into this scenario way down the line. What do you mean, Dave? What I mean is this person is going to manifest this thing, right? Going to manifest. Now, I'm not talking bad about my granddaughter, but they manifested their house and everything, right? So they got to save up their money. They had to make sure their jobs were good, blah, blah, blah. So they planned on that. But see, the house was already there, and so was the neighborhood. All right. So they didn't manifest that. They chose a house in the neighborhood so they could manifest the house. Because they just didn't manifest the house anywhere. When I got down here on this property, I walked around and around and around, and I settled on this spot. And over the years, it's been a good spot. So, but for the plat to be designed for the neighborhood, took time. Well, boss man said have it by morning, but you first give them a one draft and let the frog look at it. And then you go, wait a minute, somebody around the table, somebody's going to go, well, what about this over here? And, can you move that, that house there where, blah, 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 blah. Okay. So very rarely when you turn in the first a set of matrix to the people sitting around the table who are going to make the ultimate decision is to go ahead with that plan. So people around a table making plans about the plans that are going to be manifested to my granddaughter later on. So the manifesting situation started with the guy who bought the property, because he thought in his head, I want to build some houses in this neighborhood. And I wonder how many houses I can get in there, spaced apart and blah, blah, blah. And that's exactly what happened. He told his architect dudes or the planners, here it is. It really ain't that hard once you know what the dimensions are on the property. So, and you do little cutouts and you move them around on the piece of paper, it's very organic, it's, like playing with blocks, Legos. But so you do that. And then you make the drawing and then you present it, right? And then they'll go over it and look at it and, do you like it? Well, we just moved over here. And what about this? Great. So, it only takes 2 more redraws and then everybody approves it. They like it, right? So now that part of the manifestation is up, right? Now, I don't know. I'm making this up. Now they're on lot the 57, okay? And out of 65. So that could mean that they're way back at the end of a cul-de-sac. They're not, but so the designer had to do what he had to do. So the lot that they buy is relegated to where it sits. So if you're closer to the highway or closer to something else, the price of that house is going to be more. If you're back in the woods in the cul-de-sac, chances are it could be less. So, you might want to choose the cul-de-sac on purpose. But so anyway, because most of this neighborhood was pretty much full up, Lot 57 was the only one they had, right? So let me qualify. Let's go down to the bank. Let's call. Let's do, and they got it. All right, good for them. I mean it. Good for them. I could not live in a neighborhood like that. I mean, I don't even know if I could spend the night in that neighborhood. I mean, it's weird. So people say, "But where would you sleep? In a hammock in the woods?" You know. But anyway, so what's this got to do with manifest? To manifest something, because the plan started out with somebody's idea when they purchased the property, which allowed other people to purchase the property. So, was their vision when they first bought it? Was their vision that they were going to help young people who never owned a house before to get a house in a nice neighborhood? Was that person's feeling when they bought the property? When they said, "Here, let's turn this into a housing development," and and on, when they were making loans to build and stuff, did the original person keep that original idea of helping people to get good housing at a decent cost? Or was it just because that piece of land wasn't doing nothing? And they decided that if they developed it, that he could make cool $2 or $3 million off of it. And that was his motivation to manifest that subdivision. Oh, Dave, it ain't like that. Then tell me how it works. He wasn't just given the land, he had to buy it. He just didn't start building houses anywhere because you can't do it because the government won't let you. You got to plot it out, seriously. And so, and you got to have a surveyor. You have to have the knowledge to be able to do the surveys with the houses in. You have to have the knowledge ahead of time to know you got to take it to a surveyor or an engineer, a draftsman. So my granddaughter comes along, and her wife, they find this house and they work it out, and they want to live in the neighborhood. Okie dokie, but holy crap. I figured they would have bought ain't a tree anywhere. There's not even a bush. It's just like, man. But it's a new neighborhood, so got to give them a few years. But anyway, I think I'm going to buy them some trees. But got to check with the HMO. So they're stuck in this neighborhood because they bought this house. Now they like it now, you know. Give them a couple of years, they still going to like it when somebody moves in down the road, or the HMO goes to hell, and the neighborhood turns into a crack neighborhood. Well, David, ain't going to be like that. Are you sure? Because there are neighborhoods in Tampa and other cities, they look like that now. There's homeless people everywhere and stuff. It wasn't like that in the 60s and the early 70s. It has developed into that. So development is an important word in this, because in order to manifest anything, seriously, you gotta want it. It's got to be like in here, right? So you have to have enough brain power to think it. Now, do I have to buy anything? Yeah, you got to buy a piece of property. Oh, okay. Well, so first I need to find a piece of property. But while I'm looking for the piece of property, I need to figure out how I'm going to pay for it, because I don't make enough money. So what about a part-time job? Well, that would do it. Part-time job, couple of days of the week when I get off my regular job, I go work some, okay, which I did. And so that's how you pay for extra things. You have to work your ass off and do extra work to get the extra things. That's how it works. But the folks these days that have grown up without that, because everything is so right now, instant. Playing solitaire on my little handheld, on that. Um and I'm every solitaire game that I've played that isn't a wash, I've been able to beat it in under 5 minutes. Every single solitaire game that I played on this computer, I can beat it in 5 minutes, under 5 minutes, or right after that. But 5 minutes. Some of them I've done in like 3.5 minutes. Played a game of solitaire all the way through, no cheating, and it won't let you cheat, by the way. So, but anyway, and what's that got to do with it? Well, it's manifesting. When I'm playing the game, I'm using my brain power. I'm using my sight and sound and ears and everything to play the game. Now, am I going ho hum, looking around the room? No, when I start playing the game, and I'm usually got to keep my mouth shut, so that's why I'm playing solitaire. So I'm playing solitaire and I'm focused, and that's what I mean. The development part of that. Hey there, who is that? Richard. Oh, I love you too, man. I've been thinking about you and hoping you was okay. That's one reason why I'm here tonight, because I wanted to make sure that I got on and all the friends and neighbors get on. And know this, friends and neighbors, I've never asked anybody to like or share, and I'm not asking anybody now, or to join the thing. But I greatly appreciate, I love every single one of you. I don't care what you look like and if you got clothes on or not. You know, I just so happen to be, I got shorts on, boom, doo, doo, doo. Oh, never mind. But I do. I think about the how many subscribers I've got, which is almost 1,000. And the people who have signed up onto this channel have got to be crazy somewhere in their head, because I never asked them to join or to like and share, or subscribe, or. I never say hit that button, everybody else does. Because I feel like this channel, and I was reminded the other day when we did the last weekend, when we did that show about Brian, because Brian and I, our original thing was that it wasn't, our channels weren't anything about, money or trying to get that golden ticket. But now Brian, his brain worked better than mine, because I'd had a brain injury around the time that I met him. So I have been recovering, and I'm still recovering ever since. It's an ongoing process. So, and thank you, Jesus, for helping me out along the way. Let me tell you. But in order to manifest getting my shit together again, I mean, I'm having trouble walking, you know. I haven't said anything about my physical condition in a while, but I can't walk. I mean, the heart condition has got my head wanting to faint all the time. My blood pressure keeps dropping and jumping back up and making me dizzy all the time. I go to the toilet and stagger like a drunk man, and I'm not, you know. And I can drive a car once I get in, but walking and trying to, think straight is mucked up. So, me at 72, and I'm not trying to be down about this now. I have to adapt to what's going on. God threw me another curveball, and I got to deal with it, right? So somehow in this, I have to manifest with the help of others, because hospital, therapy, all these things, in order to get better so I can walk without falling down and hurting myself. Because when you get into old age, it really is important you don't fall down. Every time you go in somewhere, have you fallen in the last 2 months? I don't think so, or yeah, and your arms hanging from a sling. But so anyway, but manifesting things even goes into that. So, but and I'm trying to make the thing that the manifestation of the property that my daughter bought with the house on it, that was manifested through somebody else's idea before they decided to buy a house. Because the contractor did buy, it takes months, years to develop these things. So when they decided to buy a house, they were building the houses. They were building their house that they're in now. So the manifesting of their house was indirectly being done by someone else before they even knew they were going to buy a house, before they knew they were going to buy a house in that subdivision. That's the word I was looking for. In that subdivision. And, and it's going to be this, and this is how you're 10 minutes from work. And, so there are all these things that relate to where you decided to buy. You had to think about it. So there are people saying that you can manifest something without wasting a bunch of time. You ain't got to learn nothing. You don't have to do this bullshit. Anything you want to manifest requires thought. Well, the blah, 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 blah. Well, hang on there, dumbass. Sorry. Here's, here's Harry Potter sitting over here on the side. And one of them says, okay, Harry, I want you to manifest a beach ball. Okay. Harry's like, what the fudge is a beach ball? Number one, because he's in Hogwarts. So beach ball, okay. How big? Don't care, right? Well, now, Harry's never been taught any kind of spell or anything like that to conjure up something like a beach ball. It's vinyl. It's got air inside. He's not really sure how it's made, right? So all he has seen a picture of a beach ball. But now, so he's got his little magic hands and he's doing this thing and he's thinking about it. What do I use? What words can I use? And what the fudge is a beach ball? And, is it colored? Does it, so he's going to manifest a beach ball. It's simple, right? It's vinyl, got a cap on it, you blow air in. Simple, but not when you get down to it. So Harry Potter's sitting over here and he's going, I don't think I could make one. I don't think I can do this. Why not, Harry? Well, number one, I don't know what a beach ball is. And looking at that picture is two-dimensional. I don't know if it has any depth. Is it round? Is the picture's round, but is the whole thing round? And what about this? So he's got questions, right? So what is he doing? Before he can manifest anything, he's got to ask questions to the universe. What? Yep. So my granddaughter and her wife, it's do we want to live over there? What kind of people live in that subdivision? They got an HMO, but what is it like? Do they pester everybody? I mean, we got to pay the HMO every month for what the hell do they do? Do we have to pay them? And then we got what? So you got all these questions. Before you manifest that you sign on the dotted line for that piece of property, which you don't really own anyway, but that's another story, right, Barry? So, but you sign your name on the dotted line that you're going to start paying, and you're going to take over the stewardship of that piece of property in that house they live in. It's very adequate. It's a nice little house. Nothing's really nothing special. I mean, the walls are everything is white. She goes, and I'm like, man, you don't have windows in this house. Yeah, but the ones that are here, man, this house is really bright. And I'm thinking, yeah, that's because they use bright white in the house, so they wouldn't have to add any more windows. There was like 4 windows in the house. How like what? But so anyway, who's that? I don't have my glasses on. Oh, and it went away. I'm sorry, the chat disappears really fast. And me and my cataracts, I'm really having trouble making out the words. To the point where it's a good thing that I'm going in on Wednesday to have, to start working on me. They do the right eye Wednesday, and then on the June 18th, they do the left eye. So I'm going to be slightly incapacitated during that time because you can't get water and stuff. You don't want to mess with the eyeball and that kind of thing. But so anyway, but so in order to manifest the operation that I'm going to have on Wednesday required me to have insurance, required me to have money because I knew I was going to have to copay. Then I had to go in and I had to see the eye doctors. I had to make the appointment. Then I had to drive into town. I had to do all these preliminary things before I ever got to the eye doctor. And then the eye doctor, they do their standard test. That's like no biggie on the manifest thing. But then when they told me I'm going to need to get rid of the cataracts and I'm going to have an operation, and then that turns the wheels in my head to, wait a minute now, in order for me to manifest a better solution for my eyes, and there is one, but in order to get there, I can't just go wookie wookie and those cataracts are gone. I'm going to have to make an appointment. I'm going to have to do these things. I'm going to have to talk with the finance officers in the building. Going to have to do all these things in order to get to the point where they're going to operate. See, all of this is manifestation. Calling the doctors, calling the nurses, making sure the appointments are good, making sure I got somebody to take me that day to get the operation. So all these things you have to move all the puzzle pieces. And that's just life. But that each one of these things has to be manifested. I have to manifest and to call the nurses and everybody. What do you mean you have to manifest? Well, I got to get up off my butt. I got to make phone calls. I got to talk to people. I got to write down dates and things and stuff, information, and then the information I have to be able to use it to manifest going to Thomasville and having them do the operation and having them do the blah, 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 and but I have to make the call. And then I have to show up, and then I have to, so I can sit here and say, I'm going to manifest the cataracts to be removed out of my eyes. I'm going to wave my hand. Y'all watching? I'm going to wave my hand. Wave my hand down here. And I'm going to get my cataracts fixed. I'm manifesting that right now. Okay, Dave. Now you're just being a butthole. No, I'm not. No. I'm manifesting in my head right now the operation on Wednesday. Don't know what time of day, but on Wednesday. And it's going to be a success. They're going to clear up the eye. They're going to get the junk out of there so I can see again. And then 2 weeks later, I'm going to get this one done so I can see again, Well, wait a minute, but I am manifesting it now. This doctor I've spoken with, he's had a lot of experience. There've been no complaints in the small town where he's done the work down here, or up here if you're in Florida. But so everything's copacetic. He's got a good track record. He's been in business for the last 20 some odd years, here. He's got up to date equipment, and he's certified. And so all of this has already been pre manifested, if you will. What do you mean, Hawkeye? Well, there was somebody else's dream to become an ophthalmologist and an optometrist. It was up to them to want to go to school to become doctors. Then when they got out of school, it was up to them to come back to Moultrie and to want to put it in an eye center here. They're like, oh, Moultrie, it's a little town, blah, blah, blah. You'll never make it. They're still here, right? So they're in their planning. They manifested because they wanted to live here in Colquitt County and Moultrie because they were from here. And so they put the investment in. They put their thoughts and their money in. They worked hard to set this up. And now they got like 30 people that works for them. And they got all kinds of folks coming in and getting their eyes checked and glasses and everything. Very respectable business. He manifested this because in his heart, that's what he wanted to do. He went back to school to be an optometrist, but his dream in life was to start a clinic. Now, they're expensive, but it's still a clinic, right? And I'm probably this guy, if you needed to, you could go see him for free, or the lady doctor. You could probably finagle something. All right. Where in a big city, you probably couldn't. Most likely, like 8% chances of no. But so anyway, it didn't just get tossed in the air and there's a clinic. Nope. He worked for it. He had to think about it. So going back to the same topic I'm still on, with different look at this kind of things along the way, and how many steps there are to the manufacture. Still here, just in and out. Oh, okay, Chloe. How you? I can't. It's really hard for me to read the chat. I'm sorry. So there are some people like the wife that I had at the time. She gave me about this much help because she really didn't want to live down here. She didn't see the dream that I had. Like when we got here, it looked like a freaking desert. There was just it was a wheat field with, the wheat was so bad. They did combine it though, but it was so bad. And so, I mean, it was just nothing but clay out there on the hill. But over the years, there's a forest up there. There are trees big enough you could sell, So, but that it takes patience. And for me, it's like I want a forest up there. So did I manifest it overnight? No. God put a bunch of them trees up there, most of them actually. Pine cones fell out of the sky, and little seedlings came out and joined the dirt, and up came pine trees up there. There's about 50 of them, at least in this one spot. It's a big spot, but because they're grown ass trees. So anyway, I manifested what I wanted. I wanted a forest up here. Now there's a forest in the backyard, right? But that's swamp and it's a different kind of forest. This up on the hill is dry unless it rains, so different kind of thing. In fact, last night we went out to check, and to do a pee break, and Duggar tore off across the yard, and he was chasing at least a 6-point buck, and it looked more like an 8-point from what I could tell, hauling ass across the yard. So, yeah, we can manifest things and Duggar will chase them. but they don't just pop up. There are miracles. There are times when, and even for me, there have been things that just were, where did that come from? Do you know where that come from? No. Hey, what about you? Did you put this over here? No. Where in the hell did it come from? And then come to find out, I have found money. Marcia and I went to the gas station that time after we went to a movie, and I went in to pay for it, and she's like, "It's already paid." And I was like, "But I got my card right here. It can't be paid because I haven't paid for it yet." Well, you must have put the card in the thing. No, I don't do the cards at the thing. I go into the store. Always have and always will, unless I can't walk. So, but there was $7, and the numbers came out to 72. So it was like $7.24 or something. So there was 72. Crap, there's a Dante number kind of thing. But there's gas, it's already paid for. I go in and try to pay the lady behind the counter. She goes, "I'm sorry, sir, it's already paid for. Just pump the gas and don't worry about it." Well, you're not going to call the police when we drive off because I didn't pay for the gas. She goes, "No, sir, it's already paid for." And I said, "So who paid for it?" She goes, "I don't know. Whoever it was paid for it at the pump." So Marcia put the gas in, and we still don't know where whoever paid for that for the pump. Now, there was nobody there. It was like late in the evening, almost 12 o'clock at night. We didn't need the money. Marcia was short of money, and she could have used it because I was paying for the gas. So maybe that money was, for somebody else. But at the same time, it was 72. It was like, it was hard for me not to see that. And the gas, and that was shortly before Marcia died, by the way. But anyway, I don't know what that's got to do with it. But back to the manifesting of things. So if you listen to some of these dreamers, they're going to like, "I'm going to manifest a house in the country. It's going to be a log cabin, or it's going to be, or I'm going to manifest, a skyscraper in downtown London, or I'm going to," whatever it is that they are envisioning in their head, right? For whatever it is that they think they're going to get or want or do, they're not paying attention to what's going on up here. "I'm going to manifest a new car." Okay. How are you going to start? "I'm just going to sit here and think about it. And I'm going to sit here and think about it so hard and maybe for so long that there's going to be a car that shows up here and somebody's going to give it to me." 10 years later, "Hey, bud, you get the car yet?" "No." "You still got your faith, though, eh?" "Yeah." "Good on you, man. You keep manifesting that damn car." Now, in the meantime, since you've been sitting on that street corner manifesting a car, I've had a job and I've bought 2 brand new cars and paid them off. That's how I manifested them. "Well, you just keep on sitting there, have a nice day, buddy." "Hey, you got any spare change?" "No." "Well, I thought you paid off your cars and everything." "I did." "Well, you should have some spare change." "Well, if I did, I'm not going to give it to you." "Well, why not? I could use a cup of coffee." "Well, because if I gave it to you, you'd probably waste it, just like you did for the last 10 or 15 years. You wasted your time thinking that you are a god and that you're going to manifest a car out of thin air. But cars go by every day. What if somebody just hit you and killed you? um, that would have been your car, right? So keep your feet out of the street, you know. But Dave, you're being mean. Listen, Joe, I'm not being mean. I'm being practical. I decided years ago that I wanted me a pickup truck. And by God, I went out and got me a job. And I went back to school so I could learn more. And between the two of them, I got me a decent job, making more money than anybody in the neighborhood. Because now I'm a machinist, and now I qualify because I'm up here now instead of down here. Um, what'd you do? Well, I've been contemplating the world. Well, good for you, Joe. Yeah, I've been contemplating the world and praying for the stars and the moon and the flowers and the trees and all that kind of good stuff. And, but I have been sitting here, thinking about that car. Say, well, it's 10 years later, Joe. The car you were thinking about is now an antique. And you don't find them anymore because they took them off the market. And, nobody's going to drive up here and give you one of them cars. Do you realize in the last 10 years what you could have done with your life by choosing to manifest small things in your life so that you could achieve them? What you talking about, Willis? Well, what I'm talking about is, you know, when I saved up money to buy a car, I didn't buy a brand new one. I bought one that was semi-used, but I knew who had the car. And actually it's a truck, but so so I saved money there, you know, and I got a deal on the truck because it was stripped down and didn't have a bumper and didn't have a radio. I put those in myself. So the truck was cheaper. Yeah, but you should have got the radio and everything. But that was going to make my monthly payment go up. And I couldn't afford the monthly payment if they added all this stuff to the truck in the beginning. It took me 6 months before I could save up the money to buy a rear bumper. I didn't have any accidents or anything. I was careful when I was driving. So, but then I bought a bumper from Pelham and put it on myself, and it's still on the truck. So I saved a bunch of money on that because where I got the bumper for like $79 from the factory, they were going to charge me like $400 and $200 to install it. Takes 4 bolts, right? So, but so when you're thinking of manifesting things, are you working through the steps on how to get it? Or your options? Pay attention to this. You have options on how you can manifest things. What you talking about? Well, if I just worked my regular job, I was just going to make my payments. Everything was covered. Had a little bit of scratch at the end of the month that I didn't have any money at the end of the month. So I decided to get a part-time job. And I'm making $10 an hour working part-time doing some construction work. So, but now that I'm working 20 hours a week after work and, and I'm doing some paint scraping and other things like that. I've done some painting and, some house painting. And I've worked inside and put down baseboard and stuff and some molding and trim and, so I can do that and work inside that and at night, and so everything's groovy, and the guy knows me and I know him and, and $10 an hour times 20 hours, $200, you know, and so I get my regular pay, but then I get my $200 and he's paying half of it under the table. So if I make $200, he writes down 100 and gives me $200 bills. That's cheating. Okay. But that's how I was able to buy my truck. So I had to manifest my big job, had to manifest a little one so I could have some extra scratch. I had to manifest, get this, I had to manifest friendship. Think about it. I had to manifest friendship so that I could learn how to be friendly with people, but I was honest. He's a nice guy. And if he thinks I'm a nice guy, well, then we can be friends. So, and it turns out that we ended up being friends. He wasn't just my landlord. So, oh, wow. So, Hawkeye, what do you mean you learned it? Well, I had to take a look at my personality. I had to take a look at my own, how do I speak to people? Well, I kept throwing in the F bomb every once in a while. And sometimes I'd throw in a GD. And sometimes and because I grew up on a carnival, every other word was a cuss word. So it can't be that way no more. I got to grow up. Now, this has been 40 years ago, I'm talking about, but basically it's what had happened. So 40 years ago, I had to wake the hell up because for some reason I didn't know these things. Now, to top it off, I was in a severe accident in Tampa 2 months before I moved to Georgia and gave me one hell of a TBI, traumatic brain injury. And back then you didn't know about them things. But I hit my head on the windshield and I hit my head on the window on behind me in the truck. Had my seatbelt on, but it was not a strap across the shoulder. It was just a lap belt. In order to hit the windshield, I broke the steering wheel on the way forward and it crushed my chest, which they never x-rayed. And it started my depression of many years. And everybody, well, you're just crazy. No, I've had one hell of a traumatic brain injury, but back then nobody checked that stuff. I was falling out. Everybody thought I was drunk. Didn't have any money because I lost my job. So there goes what I was working on for my car and stuff. And what am I going to do? And I can't get my job back. And so I went north to Georgia and joined the carnival, where I knew the rides and I knew how to do the job and I knew how much money I was going to make. And I knew I could make a little extra scratch on the weekends driving vehicles and stuff or doing repair work for people, which I did. So that's how I got to Georgia. But the thing is that I wasn't manifesting coming to Georgia. I was trying to manifest fixing my Austin Healey, which is probably worth $1 million now. But I was working on that. I bought this pickup truck, and then 5 hours later, it's totaled, and put us all in the hospital. Did we manifest that? Did the guy that hit us manifest? No, it was an accident. Of course, he was a dumbass and a moment. But survive it we did. Still here after all these years. But that was 45 years ago, the accident that sent me up here to Georgia. So, but with that said, I had to reevaluate and I had to, guess what? Rethink my manifestation. Well, what are you going to do in life? Well, I'm going to do this, but I had my car totaled, had my truck totaled. I still owe money to the hospitals down there for crying out loud. So my life was ruined because of that accident. It was ruined up to that point. It took me 35 years to realize that. my life was ruined during that period of time. That's true. I couldn't do this and I couldn't do that. I couldn't think straight because of the TBI. There was other things going on. Didn't have any money. I'm collecting bottles on the side of the road to get a pack of cigarettes, which thank goodness was only 75 cents a pack back then. But but in order to manifest something, you first have to think about it. I'm going to repeat myself for the slow folk in the room. If you want to manifest anything, you first have to think about it. Well, that's not true, Dave. I'm going to manifest. Well, see, you're telling me, you say, well, I'm going to manifest a better life, but you're already thinking about it. But are you manifesting it right now? Or like, are you on the clock? No. Well, then you're not in the process of manifesting your ideas yet? No. Well, guess what? What? You are manifesting your dreams. You're talking about them now. You might not have a down payment for a house for 10 years. Okay. But during that time, you're going to be manifesting the house that you're going to buy. You don't know which one yet. You know where you'd like to be, what area, town, what neighborhoods and stuff. Okay. So, but during that time, you're still manifesting what you want. But you're manifesting it gradually by taking care of this and this and this and this. You make sure that you got a decent job to pay for the loan you're going to get. You got to make sure you got enough equity in whatever you're living in or whatever you got. And so that, and you make sure that you put $10 under your mattress every single week or $40 at the end of the month without fail. People say, well, I don't have that kind of money. I'm a poor son bitch and I can still put money under the mattress. Don't tell me you can't save money. 4 quarters makes $1. So I find money and along the way, pick up that penny that's laying in the parking lot because they add up too. It just takes a little while longer. So for them folks that are walking around out there who are gods and goddesses, God bless them. They sure got, it went in the one ear and got totally turned around and come out bass backwards. In order to be a god or a goddess, you have to understand the rules of what it means to be. Is it time? Oh, all righty then. I got to stir this up. So I've been on here an hour. Okay, an hour and 18 minutes. So I don't know how many people will watch this, like and share. I'm joking, but but the idea though, these folks who bought into the God goddess thing, I listened to some of the people who were trying to explain it to them, and I can't remember the gentleman's name, but they were like have question and answer period after they, he would give a little talk about 20 minutes and then answer questions. So they're asking a question and asking the same question every week, several times during that meeting or little get together. Somebody say, well, now, blah, 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 what, what this God and goddess. And it's like, you are made in the image of the creator. And the image is our spirit, our soul, our original body, right? The light body, which nobody can really comprehend. It's a difficult thing to try to wrap your head around, right? We're going to be in a spirit body. Well, then how are we going to be able to move shit? We ain't. Or without, except without using our mind, without using our brain power, without using this woo woo brain power energy that everybody can do and everybody can utilize. It's the new power. So, what has happened on Earth, a slight detour, what has happened on Earth is that uh, most, well, a lot, I won't say most, I'll retract that. A lot of indigenous people back then, like uh, the Saxons and the Spanish and the Portuguese, all them guys with sword fights and stuff, killing each other and bows and arrows, yeah, okie doke. And the Romans. They had the downfall before the rest of the plan could manifest because everything was under, the Roman rule. And that wasn't working. So, there were some powers that stepped in and told everybody, listen, when Jesus was here, he said, you know, you were made in the image and likeness of my Father. Uh, you know, um, and if you die, your spirit's going to live forever. So, you might die in this life. Of course, you're going to die in this life anyway. You just might die sooner. But so what do you got to lose? Do you have faith? Well, yeah. Then have faith. You're not going to even get a scratch. Okay. Now that is planning ahead. I don't want no sword to fall on me, Lord. Send me an angel with a big ass shield. you know, Okie doke. So things happened back in the day that the church sold to the parishioners as being manifested by God. Now, there were some odd things that happened that just sort of popped up there. That's true. But the churches, mostly the Catholic Church, was selling, they were selling pardons for their sins, just like the folks up in Washington. I bet you paid buku bucks for those pardons laying on the president's desk right now, the fake ones. I thought it was 800 pardons. It's 8,000 pardons. Not 800, that's bad enough. 8,000 pardons he signed in a 2-week period before he got out of the White House. So what's that got to do with it, right? Just sort of a little side note. Um, I'm starting to get loony because I've been up 2 days and my tiredness is creeping up on me and I'm not getting the same words. So Jesus died for our sins and yeah, he did. He died for our sins. And that's one reason why I can't understand why every Christian church that gets a hold of your ass wants to baptize you. Did they not read the freaking book? Did they not read what was on chapter 4 in the Gospel of James? I don't know chapter 4, but anyway, did they not read where he walked on water? Pay attention. So but anyway, so one of the things also, some of these Christian folk, I love them, you know, in our belief system, there is no flower or tree or stone or rock or bird or animal or human being that stands out in the eyes of the Creator. because all things are equal in the eyes of the Creator. So it's like, what? Yeah, that rock outside my house, it's got as much value as me. Because by the time you get me out of here and the flesh dies and everything, there's just this pile of bones, probably about as big as that rock out there, right? So, but anyway, so our value, if we are gods and goddesses, in the traditional thinking that we are made in the image and likeness of God, and if God is going around spreading good news and spreading good things and spreading good tidings, and then how come they're killing each other, and how come they're, turning each other in, and how come they're, you know, uh, what? So Christianity started out really weird with Jesus dying and all that, and so it's like, so now what, right? So the Christians, not just Catholics, they're trying to manifest the end of the world. And some other people too. And you say, Hawkeye, no. No, come on now. Nibiru is back again. Again, Nibiru is back. AI was put to the test the other day, and it made a movie. After parameters were entered into the computer, it made a movie. And you couldn't tell that it wasn't done by outside sources. So now AI can make complete movies. I mean, the background, the guns and the people and the gear that they had on, they're saying, oh my God. So, okay. So we better be careful of fakes, right? But we're made in the image and likeness of God. Shouldn't we be able to perceive who's faking it? Well, but that's what I was trying to get at. The native peoples, and I mean from the steppes of of Russia and Mongolia, from the backwoods of the Chinese to the folks that are down in Bolivia and Brazil and places in South America, Colombia, and the folks to Mexico and there, and the native folks that are still here in this country. They were taught something by their grandfathers. I have had the privilege to sit in with a family when grandfather was just telling stories around the campfire. But the stories weren't just like squirrel and rabbit and things like that. The stories were, about hardship. The stories were before the white man, how they had to struggle every winter and every spring, to make sure that they didn't all freeze to death, and to make sure that what they had in the spring was going to last until the crops came in. And so it would last before they went out buffalo hunting again. I mean, so, but all of the things that the tribes did, they sat calmly around the fire with no billboards, no radios, no nothing, no street lamps, no lights, just the teepee and the fire. Oh, it might have been outside because of too many people, but to the point, they were sitting around calmly speaking. Calmly. And I'm sat with other people around campfires, and it ain't the same. It ain't the same. Because when native folks are born, their parents, their grandparents, the people of the tribe teach them who they are. You, my son or daughter, are part of the human race, and you now live with Gaia, our Mother Earth. And we give thanks to the Creator every day to give us the grace and the benefit to be able to make it up here on planet Earth. Wow, dude. That's kind of heavy, ain't it? You know. And there's a feeling, it's a gut feeling. And it's like, why did the Indians fight to the last man? Because they couldn't stand living under the thumb of the whites, the Americans, the whoever. They were fighting for the right to exist, and they lost. Mostly, they lost. So much for gods and goddesses, right? You go, well, Hawkeye, don't put them down too bad. No, I know what I mean when I say I'm proud to be a god in this universe. Why? Well, because I can change things. Watch. Watch. I just changed that bud into some smoke to help me with my pain and to help me with my head brain and just for the damn hell of it. Because I missed the 20. And but so in that, I'm a god. Because I made a choice to light it when I did. And so I manifested that smoke when I lit the pipe. Okay. So people out there, and if you find some crazy person, have them come listen to this hour and some odd minutes. Manifesting anything except a thought. But you know what? A thought requires a thought. You know, I need to think about this dilemma. So there's a dilemma, and I'm talking about thinking about the dilemma. What? But some of these old timers, they know what it means when I'm talking about that. What do you mean you got to think about, you got to think about thinking about it? Yeah, well, I don't have time to ponder it right now. So in my brain, I know I got to think about this soon. I know I got to sit down and ponder it. And I know it's coming, but there's no reason to get upset about it. You know, everybody out in the family's going, oh my God, we got 2 weeks before we got a blah, blah, blah. Okay, fine. So you get your panties in the wad. You get your blood pressure up and your glucose down or whatever. Oh, your glucose is down. You better put your drawers up, boy. But so these folks are going to get, but I know that in 2 weeks it's coming up. And in 2 weeks, I'm going to have to think about it real hard. But now in the meantime, since I don't have time to spend several hours or a day to ponder this thing coming up, I got time between now and the end of 2 weeks to ponder it in betwixt things I'm doing. What? Well, if I'm out there plowing the field, I'm betwixt doing stuff. I'm plowing, but I'm in the cab and I don't got nothing to do. The radio don't work. So it's, a little noisy and just repetitious. So I've been thinking about my dilemma. But I still have to drive the tractor I still have to make sure I'm checking the hoppers. I still got to do all these things. But in the meantime, I'm lightly thinking about my dilemma. Well, now, wait a minute. I thought you was going to wait for the 2 weeks. I didn't say I couldn't think about it between now and then. I said I didn't have the time to stop and just ponder the situation. I didn't say nothing about I couldn't think about it, but I'm having to think about it in little burps along the way. When I'm out there working and digging and doing that, I don't have time to think about it. But now when I'm walking back to the house for lunch, I can think about it. Or when I'm walking back out to the field, I usually am thinking about what I got to do. So I got to think about what I'm going to do every step of the way during the day. So in order for me to manifest a good day on this farm, it was his farm, but I lived there and worked it. So it was him, but he says, in order to have a good day on this farm, we have to manifest a good positive thinking and get our jobs done, no matter how long it takes us to bring in the cows. We got to bring them in from that field out yonder, and we'd all look, and you got to go get them cows into that field over there, because I'm in the morning I'm gonna start plowing that field, and the cows don't need to be in there. So you have specific things you need to do, and it doesn't have to be done on the second or the minute, but it does have to be done within the hour kind of thing, because you got to get the cows out so we can plow. So wait a minute, he's going to manifest the garden, but first he's got to plow it, and then he's got to plant it. So he's manifesting vegetables. He's manifesting the garden, but he's got to work for it. So these punks out there, sorry punks, but they're going to manifest something out of what? Oh, now that they're working on being able to stabilize a plasma state of being. Okay, fine. You're going to pull a car out of that plasma ball, dumbass? What are you going to, okay, you got plasma, you got a plasma ball, but how are you going to get a semi-tractor trailer out of that thing? Well, because Joe over here, he wants to go back on the road, driving for people. And, now there's going to be a lot more industry here in the United States. Drivers are going to be needed. So will rigs, and the people who know how to operate them. And so, but we can't get that job. We can't manifest that job if we don't have the truck to sell, for us to go in and say, hey, we'll drive for you, mister. What you got? We'll load it and take it now, So if you don't have a truck, all you can do is go, sir, I can drive if you have a truck. Big difference, right? So in order to make a living, in order for Joe and his wife to be, in order for Joe to manifest what he's dreaming about, it boils down to, I got to have a job. I got to be stable. I can't be drinking and partying and all that. If I want these things, I got to grow up. Wait a minute. So you telling me, Hawkeye, are you telling me, Hawkeye, that these normies out there, as we have tendency to call them, that those normies out there just can grow up? Yeah. Quit wanting that new pair of shoes over there. You got a pair of shoes? Yeah, I got 4 pair in the closet. You don't need them. Yeah, but Joe's got a pair and this guy's got, and they look really good. Okay, fine. But you don't need them. You want them. So in order to manifest something else, you've got a bigger goal right? You want to go do something, you want to something. Yeah. Well, if you buy them $100 shoes, then you're going to be out $100. Yeah. So you go buy them shoes, you're going to be out $100. When it comes time for the end and the bill and the thing, you're going to be out $100. Okay. And 2 days later, they buy the shoes. And 3 days later, they're going, man, I wish I hadn't bought this pair of shoes. I need that $100. Dumbass. You know? And so there are a lot of people out there like that. And I have been watching at least 20 different podcasters who happen to be African. They're unique. They're black people. Okay, you know, they're not African. They didn't come from Africa. Their ancestors did, but they're not. But you know, they're the dark skinned people that aren't alien, or maybe they are. I don't. But anyway, shit. So it's a lot of the black community that's doing some of this stuff. I mean, they're wheeling and dealing in drugs. And the reason they're wheeling and dealing is because they're making money. Now, I've talked to people because I used to, you know, buy and sell cocaine and methyl deoxyamphetamine, which is what I was busted for in Florida. You know, cocaine and methyl deoxyamphetamine and, you know, and all these other drugs that I was buying and selling, you know. So, but here's the thing. Now, I had a very small clientele. Okay. I did not make a lot of money, but I did make enough money to buy my habit and keep me working with the cocaine. And so I could work overtime, you know, go around the corner and you're ready to work till midnight, you know. So I have since quit all that years and years and years ago. But I still remember what I did. Some instances. I mean, there's some parties and shit. I don't even remember being there. But during that time, I had manifested part of my own problem. What do you mean, Hawkeye? Because I was sneaking around and doing stuff. I had swiped a couple items, you know, along the way. Not much, but I did. You had to kind of be honest, dishonest, you know. You had to, you know, oh yeah, man, this coke is great, man. It's the best fucking stuff you ever snorted, and it might not be, you know. But what it turned out was it was even twice as better from what everybody had in the neighborhood. So we got kudos for that. Didn't last long though, and I was in jail for a year and showing 20 on the side. If they picked me up and sent me back, I was going to stay in for 20 years. So, you know, I'd be just getting out good, you know. So, what does that matter? Because once I got busted, the only thing I could think about was to manifest a way to get my funky ass out of that jail and back out on the streets legally. I didn't want to run. And I had the opportunity, but no. It was just plumb stupid, you know. But there were people who thought about it a lot. And then there were the people who tried it and got caught back and put in solitary confinement. And now they have it's like a federal charge of escaping that now you have to go before the judge. Don't be a dumbass, you know? So, but anyway, when I was my first week of being in jail and reading the Bible, because that was all I had to do. And I needed some words. So in reading it, I'm like, I feel like Job right now. Everything's been taken away from me, but I'm not Job. I put myself in here because I trusted somebody else with something I shouldn't have trusted him with. And I got myself into this situation. Now, the people on the other side of the table had a lot to do with why I got busted, because they asked me to go to Tampa. Now, me and my buddy at the time was like, we never said anything to each other, but to ourselves, we was like, man, maybe we shouldn't go. But so anyway, we went, it happened, we got busted. We were set up, you know, cop cars, helicopters. They have TV crews there from Channel 8 and Channel 10 News there in Tampa. That was their manifestation, you see. Wasn't mine. It wasn't Butch's, right? But so things change in our life, which will dump out that basket, with our stuff in it, right? Things we need along the way, carpentry skills, knowing how to sew a button on a jacket or something, knowing how to do this, knowing how to change a tire. So these are things in your basket you carry along with you. It's the knowledge, right? So then you get into your new situation, like I moved to Georgia. I'd been in Georgia, traveled around with the carnival, but I didn't live there. So now that I'm trying to live there, which, I was still a gringo for a long time. There's still some of them that go, "You're not from around here, are you, boy?" Because of my, you talk like you from Iowa. I had one guy say. So, but I have that Midwestern tone of voice, right? Which to me is just like straight normal. There is no accent, right? So anyway, so still get hell about that after all these years, and it's fun to laugh about it. Um, but so back in the day, you have to overcome all of these things, and as you're kind of jumping over the hurdle of whatever it was that caused you to wreck or change directions, or you know what I mean. You have to have another job. You got to okay, something happened. All right, so now your motivation's changed, but has it? Well, yeah, I was going to have this job in a couple more years, and my plan would have worked. Yeah, I only needed 2 more years back when NAFTA came in and took our business away. I know about that. So, and I know about having your plans disrupted by the damnedest of things. Hurricanes. Who would have thunk a hurricane made it all the way through North Carolina? Who would have thunk that them people up there are still rebuilding? They're still having trouble getting in and out. They're still suffering. There's who would have thunk, right? So, did they manifest that hurricane to go all the way up there and do all the damage? I don't think so. So their plans got changed too. But did they? Okay, Dave, talk straight. Okay. The storm came and knocked over your house. I've had a house burned down. I know what it feels like. But what's the first thing you start looking for after the incident? Home. For me, it was our little travel trailer. The whole side of it had gotten burned and buckled, but it was still intact. So we went back to living in the travel trailer. What other choice did we have? Because we didn't have the house. It burnt down. Our money was in it, or my wallet was in it. I mean, we lost everything. Now, and 2 days before Thanksgiving that year. So now what do you do? Well, hell. Well, you got to plant your feet and figure it out. But I kept wanting to figure it out the first day. And you can't figure it out on the first day. No matter how hard anybody tries, don't try to figure it all out on the first day. Why? Because some things need a couple of days before you finalize something. They can be finalized in the short term, but because you had a tragedy, because there was something just ungodly that happened, you want to just get rid. You want to take care of this shit, and so you don't have to worry about it. You don't have to think about, and it won't. And you go, how come this is taking so long? And I keep bringing Rabbit up. Rabbit was upside down this week. And Rabbit upside down, means that maybe you need to stand still, like a deer in the headlights, like a statue almost, because whatever has happened may take a couple of days before you can work out the kinks. And it's like, but I want it done now, and we really need it. We need a home, and we need it yet. Just stay with Uncle Charlie for a couple of days. I know it's cramped, and I know he smokes in while he's sitting on the commode, and and I know he's sitting on the commode half the time. Just stay with Uncle Charlie for just a couple of days. Well, I don't want to. I'm going to go to a hotel. How are you going to pay for it? Well, I don't know. I'll borrow money from somebody. Okay, all right. Well, before you take the kids down to go soliciting on the square for money for an apartment, for a money. Anybody have money for a motel room? For what? Well, I'm soliciting. Oh, you're what? I'm soliciting money to get a hotel room. You can't do that. You're not walking around on the street. I mean, come on. They're going to arrest you, you dumbass. And that was my wife. So, so sometimes, as much as it is cringy, in the short term, you have to be like Rabbit and just sit still. You go, what difference does it make? Well, because when I sat still, guess what I found in the newspaper? This ad that says, property for sale down on the Little Ochlockonee River. Well, that's worth looking into. Owner financed. That's even better. Minimum down payment. This is in a Moultrie paper. So the next day I get to my little truck, my old 51 Chevrolet, and I putzed on down here and looked around, and there were stakes on the ground where the property was. And I looked around and I went, this looks like a decent place. Neighborhood, there's a neighborhood here, but it's small. I wonder where the property is, because at the time there was just a stake and the property is back there somewhere. So then I made the call and had permission to go walk the property on Saturday. We went down and camped on a spot, which ended up being on my property, our property, well, ours, me and Bobby McGee's. But so what does all of this have to do with manifesting? Because when I was still in Tampa, I was thinking about being a pioneer. I was thinking and working on going back to the land. Okay. I spoke with people in Tampa. They were moving south of Atlanta and were going to start a whole new society kind of thing. Nothing funky, just people working together, all smoked weed. If you didn't want to smoke weed, that was okay. But, we weren't taking normies in. So that was the only criteria. You have smoked weed, you do smoke weed, or you don't give a fudge. And back in the 70s, that was a big deal. So, but anyway, I ended up marrying a girl from up here and moving to Georgia, which was not on my idea of my manifestation. But what I was manifesting in my psyche was I want a cabin on some land somewhere. And when I was a child at 3 and 4 years old, I told my grandmother, my Aunt Shirley still remembers. She told everybody for years that I was going to grow up and I was going to live in a cabin on the river. I live in a cabin and the river's in the backyard. So I was manifesting this when I was 3. Well, Dave, what's that got to do with are you not picking this up? Sometimes we manifest things when we're 3 years old. Did I know what the cabin was going to look like? Did I know where the property was? Did I know anything about about the particulars? No. But I knew as a child at 2 and 3 and 4 and 5. I mean, I knew it in my heart. I knew it. I could see it. I could feel it. And there was a bridge over this little creek. And guess what? On the property line, sort of going over to Ricky's, where Dave's Creek runs under the road and runs through his property and then runs all the way through my property and empties out at the river. So we've called it Dave's Creek because it ends on my property. So, and nobody knows what its name is anyway. It's just a little creek. So, but there was a bridge over it. And I have built little bridges over it over the years, And then one day in my being, mushroomed up, I had a recollection. And I was trying to go through the steps of how did I get here? How did I get here? And where there's this energy bundle back there that my neighbor Ricky has seen himself. So it's not my imagination, thank you. But and other people have seen it or felt it. So how did I end up at 3 years old saying I was going to live in a cabin on the river? Well, I don't live on the river, but it is in the backyard. Minor details, but they still happened. My grandma, before she died, she goes, "You got exactly what you used to talk about when you was little, David." And I said, "Well, Grandma," she goes, "you used to talk about a cabin in the woods, on the river." She goes, "You got it. Do you realize you have what you said you was going to get when you was 3? I hadn't thought about it that way, Granny." And then she looked at me as she's digging some potatoes and she goes, "Well, you ought to think about it that way." Well, okay. So since then, I've been thinking about it that way, right? What put me here? How did I get here? Did the spirits move me? Was I predestined to be here on this property? Was I predestined to dig a well up there on the hill that has never gone dry? Close, but never gone dry. And some other things, right? So predestination? Was it me as a 3-year-old child muttering and mumbling under my breath about living in the woods on a creek with a thing and blah, blah, blah? Was I setting up the parameters as a 3-year-old as to what my manifestation was going to look like. So this idea that you say, well, I'm going to manifest as such and such. I would bet you, not a lot, but I've probably got something around here I could give you. But I would bet you that no matter what someone wanted to manifest, that there was already a little pool of thought, if you will, already there, that already existed. You go, Hawkeye, what do you mean? Because there had to be a pool of thought. I can't think of it, some thoughts laying out there, nice and still, and this little pool of thoughts sitting out there, And it's like, well, I'm going to manifest something. Okay, well, but you ain't got a clue what, right? So then sitting on a shelf is this little puddle of thoughts, and then one pops out of that puddle, and you go, house, that's what. So you've got a pre-recognition. You've had a dream. You've had a foresight, about the house. So, but a year later, all of a sudden you start talking about, I'm going to manifest a house. Well, wait a minute, that wasn't your first thought about the house. You thought about the house 2 years ago. Wait a minute, when you was a kid, you used to draw houses on paper and different designs. And wait a minute, you've been talking about houses for a long time. Hey, Steve, how are you? I can see your thing. Seeker of Truth, how are y'all? I'm getting really blind. I go in on Wednesday and have my left eye cataracts removed. And then on the 18th, I go in and do my right eye. Wait, right eye, left eye. Anyway, this one and this one. So I'm really having trouble reading the print. Always wanted a little farm with an old house, and you pretty much got that, right, Steve? So I've talked with folks over the years, folks like Steve and other people, along the line, and it's like, so you mean when you was a kid, you talked about doing this, and guess what? You're doing it, right? Yeah. Well, is that predestination? What do you mean, Dave? Well, predestination. Was I sent here on this experiment with me as Hawkeye? Was I sent here, but there were things that was predestined in my lifetime that, see, I couldn't stay in that house and rent it. Why? Because then I wouldn't have been able to buy the place I'm at now. I would have never found this place. I would have never moved out of that house. No. I'd have put my own money into it, but I would not have sold that house. Well, you can't even tell that there was a house there. That part's a shame. But wait a minute. So, but was I predestined then to come down here and buy this place? See? Well, when I got busted in jail, and so when I came back, there was some time in there, like about 2 years from the time I got out, from the time I found the property and so forth. So what I did in those 2 years, but I moved back into the house. Well, that wasn't my predestined plan from somebody. So they burnt the freaking house down to make sure I moved out. And then within a reasonable time, I found the article in the newspaper, which usually doesn't print that kind of thing. And so I found the property, found the guy. We struck a deal. We shook hands. We made somewhere there is a napkin with a bill of that's a bill of sale for the for the property. Here, this is my agreement. He goes, "Oh, you got all I got's a napkin, dude. We ballpoint pen on a napkin doesn't work real well, but we did it, and he was happy, and I've been here ever since, going on 42 years. So, which is amazing in and of itself. But I didn't plan all this stuff. It was not in my manifestation of things. It wasn't in my grocery cart, you know. But living in a cabin in the woods on the river was in my works as a 3-year-old. Now, how does that, what's that got to do with now? Well, somehow it seems to be that I was meant to be here. It just worked out that way. As I've tried to move to Arkansas several times, I'm still here. I tried to get to Missouri to go see Elderberry. I'm still here. It would take me a while to save up some money for gas now. But so things have a tendency to get in the way. But I still want to go to Missouri and see Barry because I want to go through Arkansas again and make a stop or two. And camp in a couple of places that I've camped in before that are just too outrageous. Anybody want to come, you can come with me, but and I'll even try to make it on a weekend if you need to. So, but anyway, so in that going to visit Barry, I have made my manifestation. I'm going to go to Arkansas. I'm going to go to Missouri, and I'm going to stay with Barry for a little while. Well, one of the things that we was worried about was my truck. Will my truck make it out there and back? Well, I had trouble with some tires, but I took care of that. But then my brother passed away, and now I have this dang near new vehicle that me and Duggar can ride in safety with the air conditioner on and a radio, you know, and probably get some really good gas mileage. And I feel bad because I'm still working on the truck. She runs really good. But the fact that Barry was talking about, you know, man, it's a shame you don't have a newer vehicle. You know, I'd be afraid of that truck breaking down on you, Dave. And well, nobody knew that my brother was going to die and that that his kids didn't want the vehicle. My sister didn't want the vehicle and they thought I needed it. So that was out there in the universe. But guess what? It got tossed around from person to person to person to person, and it ended up with me. That was not my manifestation. Sort of. My glancing thought was it would be nice that I know I don't have the money. I'm on, I'm on limited income. I know I'm not going to get a new vehicle, but maybe at some point in the future I could get something newer. And Barry and I had talked about it, some other folks, but I was not serious about it. But everybody was like, man, you got to get something newer. Well, it literally, got dropped in my lap. Now, who put the plan in for the predestination for the planets to line up for this stuff to happen? Danny took a ticket home sooner than the rest of us. But he'd had enough on this planet. He'd try to kill himself, didn't make it. So this time he was offered a sure enough positively, we're taking you home, buddy. And he grabbed that ticket and took it. So, but it left all these other things. Well, thank you for the Jeep, Danny. And thank you to my sister for passing it along. But she knows if she needs a vehicle, I would take it to her in a heartbeat because I still got my truck. But so anyway, what does all this mean? My sister didn't sit down because she would have never thought about this. She's a normie, but she's had a couple of head bangs and a lot of drugs herself. But things like this are just above her pay grade. She doesn't think about philosophical things because she don't. Now she might sit and go, well, I wonder why bumblebees do that or something. But as far as sitting down and thinking about existential things, she'd go, what? And because of her hearing, she wouldn't hear half of what you said. So then she'd just nod her head and go along with you. So I'm not speaking bad about my sister now, but is who she is, you see. My brother had a little bit more sense in, I say etherical things, but, we talked about ghosts and goblins and things. And he was in the Navy and he had to know a bunch of stuff for his position in the Navy. So he had to have a certain amount of class up here. And my sister was beat up and rode home heavy and wet and, and she just wasn't ever able to get to that point in thinking. I love her. She's a smart girl for what she does, but don't give her anything complicated. And she'll tell you right up, I can't do it. Don't give me anything complicated. Get somebody else to do it, She goes, I can't get on the computer. I don't know how to work the damn thing. And every time I look at it, all I do is get confused. So here I've been working with computers for the last 30 years, 40 years, actually. So, but Lynn doesn't have that. But now, why am I saying that? Because bringing up some of these things that are going on right now is, honest to God, over her head. You could sit down and demand that she learn these things, and she would shrug her shoulders and throw up her hands and go, I don't get it. And it's not that she wouldn't try. She honestly doesn't get it. Now, why am I saying this? Because we want to manifest a future where everybody's equal. Guess what? We're not all equal. I love my sister. I mean, she, as a human, from one human being to another, I'd take a bullet for her. Let me go first. Well, but Dave, you got more brains. We should save you. Let somebody else jump in front of the bullet, or just let your sister take the bullet and, But wait a minute, for me, he's shooting at her. I'm going to jump in front of her, or. Well, why don't you just go over there and hide by that rock, Dave? You got more sense than she does. If she had any sense, she wouldn't be standing over there with them folks shooting at her. We got to weed out the dumb people. Yeah, but she knows how to make biscuits, and I don't. She knows how. Are you listening to me? She knows how to make biscuits. And I'm going to save her ass because she knows how to make biscuits. And that's important when you're trying to survive, that you got a couple biscuits in your pocket to carry you through the day. She knows how to make biscuits, and I don't, okay? So who do you save? Who's more important? She is. She makes biscuits for everybody. What do you do, Dave, for everybody? be a pain in the ass. Well, who are we going to save, Lynn? you know, why? Because she makes the biscuits. Oh. So, but anyway, that's how things will go, right? But it's time again, right? I got to top this off. Y'all stick with me, I reckon, for a minute. No, go somewhere else. But anyway, in thinking about all this craziness and in talking after we got off the air with those persons, topic for another discussion, but it's like, wait a minute, these people who have this idea of manifesting something, have you really sat down and thought about it? What do you mean by manifesting? What does the Bible mean by manifesting? What does this person over there feel about manifesting? Because there are people who are preaching manifesting things by us when they haven't explained to the population what the fudge they mean. So there are all these people out there wandering around manifesting things. Okay, I don't have a problem with it, but do you know what the fudge you're talking about when you say you're manifesting something? Did you sit down with your crystal and burn some sage and wave your hands while you were sitting cross-legged on the ground and something appeared out of nowhere? Is that what you're talking about? Is that what you mean by manifesting something? Or did you work your butt off like Barry did and have a piece of land? He had a dream. He wanted a pond with some fish in it. So now, guess what? It took him years. Had to save money, had to do this, had to do that. But now he's got a pond that his grandkids can fish in and that he can go fishing. But it took him a while, but he's manifested it, right? But it didn't go, there's my pond. Now, when I got here, the river was here, sort of, as part of the deal. But as far as the dream, what are you going to have, So here's Barry that, we have had conversation about stuff, and, I don't think he meant that he wanted a pond and that he was going to manifest it with a snap of his fingers. He knew better, knows better, right? Because he's got common sense, right? But there's some doofuses out there who are telling people that they're gods and goddesses. And these doofuses have got so many people confused as to what it means. And so these poor folks have gone off the deep end, and the manifestation thing to the point where I think they're locked in a Dungeons and Dragons scenario. I mean, Dungeons and Dragons, yeah, because they're all doing these wizard spells and they're manifesting stuff. That's the key word there. So, when folks first started talking about manifesting, I had to have this conversation with Dave. Dave, what do they mean by that? They're talking about manifesting stuff, man. What are they going to do? Just snap their fingers and shit's going to appear? Ain't that what manifesting? Kind of reading the Bible and reading stories and blah blah blah. That's sort of what they implied, No, Now there was the Communist Manifesto. That's different. But the manifest is in there. But no, don't no. They pretty much talked about that. If God was going to manifest something, it was just going to pop. It was going to be there. So to manifest a miracle, pop. Sometimes miracles take years to develop, and then the miracle appears. It's been in the works, like the guy that bought the property, and that he bought it because he was going back to the land, and he changed his mind. He planted wheat on his poor piece of dirt. I'm sorry, you are a poor piece of dirt, but you're getting better. And then, but to keep his thought alive, that his little vision of going back to the earth and doing that, he had too much business in him. He liked to hang out at the college, and he had liked to hang out with friends in high places, and you got to schmooze when you're in business, and he really liked schmoozing, and he liked hanging out with people who schmoozed, which meant that he liked being in town. He liked being around them people with the big fancy houses, and some of them were big and fancy. So it's like, so he wasn't going to live in a log cabin down here. You know what I mean? So anyway, I did hear that he did build his own log cabin, but that it was like the snazziest damn log cabin you ever wanted to put your eyeballs on. So did he maintain? So he still kept in his head what he had originally manifested with his thoughts. I'm going to get a piece of dirt. I'm going to do this. Going to build a house. Going to build a log cabin. Blah, blah, blah. Well, the first piece of property he didn't suit him, and he had to go through all this other stuff. And then he finally found the spot that he wanted, that he felt good with, kept it, and built the log cabin that he wanted. So he still got his dream, if you will. He still followed through on his original dream. So for me and my 3-year-old, I have completed the mission. I'm here, Okay, so literally I sit here and go, okay, now what? And so, the 3 ladies appeared in my house, Mother Mary and Sister Helene and Sister Teresa, because she's from Portugal. So I had these 3 ladies in my house for a moment that has left a lifelong impression with me, which was why they were here. But was that all predestined for me? Well, Mother Mary told me when I was a kid, she didn't tell me where I was going to be, what I was going to be doing. She just said, in the future, I'm going to ask you to do some stuff, and that's going to be that. Just warning you. So then she showed up here. And I'm like, ooh. So since then, do I believe in spiritual conversations? Yes. Have I gotten instructions from somewhere? Yes. And you go, well, Dave, well, because
it looks like your message got cut off. To help me understand what you're trying to say, please complete your sentence. Are you trying to say something like, I've been working all day long because, I've been feeling tired all day long because, I've been thinking about this all day long because, once you provide the full sentence,
stop.
I'll do my best to assist you.
Stop. What the hell is this thing? I don't want to ask Gemini nothing. Get off my screen. How in the hell did you get here? That was weird. Yeah, computers are going to come get us when they grow legs. But so there's a part of me that has over the years, as a Catholic, you're not supposed to believe in predestination. But I gotta wonder, is like some things just happened in a weird order, you know? But yeah, but did God, the Spirit, lead me to this spot? In so many words, yeah. Took a little while, to get there because I was renting on the other side of the county. Actually, I was in Brooks County. I was like a quarter mile from the Colquitt County line, see. So I was in Brooks County. Taxes cheaper there, but anyway. So was my life predestined? Was my brother's predestined and he was going to die and leave me his Jeep so that I could go see Barry in Missouri? I mean, I'm going to go see him. So, but did this manifesting of events, where did they start? I know that when I was in Tampa, well, Zephyr Hills, picking up the car, the Jeep, that I was like, man, I was thinking, now I can go see Barry. Now I got a vehicle. Now, so I immediately started manifesting, I'm going to go on a trip to Missouri to see Barry, and then we talked about it, him and I. So we have put these thoughts into the quantum field. All right. So it's out there floating around, just waiting for the right time for the event to happen. What do you mean by the event? Well, see, after the house burned down, I didn't find that article the next day in the mail or in the paper. No, we had to move into the travel trailer and rent a spot for a little while because I couldn't even get on the property after I bought it because there's a huge ditch at the top of the driveway and I couldn't even drive on the property. That was dumb. But so I worked for a year and a half. We could walk it, just couldn't drive it. So for a year and a half, I filled it in and used logs and did all these things. And it's been stable all these years, which is good. Railroad ties underneath. About a foot and a half thick, full of railroad ties. But anyway, so got on the property. But I mean, was it predestined that I bought the property but couldn't get on it? So I'm making a double payment. I'm making a lot rent, but I can't get on the property. So then I realized that having a driveway wasn't all that I needed. When I got the driveway done, I was going to need electricity to hook up to. And then what are we going to do about water? Well, I'm going to dig a well. And I already had somebody to witch it, right? She used a peach switch instead of the iron rods that everybody uses. So I had to manifest all of these things before I dug the well, before I found a place to dug the well, before I moved down here. I had to have the electricity company do their thing. Where's the pole going to go? Where you can put the trailer? All those things I had to plan out in order for them to take place. In order for the manifestation of my original dreams to come true, I had to bring all the puzzle pieces together for it to actually manifest. So for these dingbats who are walking around going, I'm going to manifest something, watch this, they're either from another planet or they're crazy. Because if they can manifest something, I'm all for it. Show me how you did that if you can. But if you can't, then quit using the word, you know, plan for your future so that you do manifest a good outcome. Do you want to buy that house for $300,000? Oh, God Almighty. Yes, Grandpa, that's what we're going to do. Okay. Then I'm going to pray that everything goes okay for you. I'm going to pray that, you know, the appraisal goes well. I'm going to pray that, you know, the bank goes along with you. I'm going to pray that you get a low APR. I'm going to, you know, I'm going to send these things out into the quantum. Please help. If there's any help out there, please help in these situations for my granddaughter. Now, I don't think she got any messages or anything, but because all I could do was pray that things would work out. And here's the thing, they did. So, did my prayers of being positive work? I did send them her direction, but did my words actually make it? Well, Grandpa, the thing at the bank, blah blah, and I was like, I had this little premonition thing that you know they were having difficulties with the bank, and I was like, come on now, don't let them have that kind of thing, and blah 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 blah. You know, she's been in the Navy, and I don't know about the wife, but you know, she's been in the Navy, and you know, come on now, this you know, give a gal a break, and they got the break, they got the house, and they're happy with what they got. I'm not, but you know, shut up. And I refuse to say anything about it. Excuse my French, but what I wanted to say was, why in the fuck did you pick a place like this? I didn't, you know. And this is what I said. I'm so glad that the two of you found a place that makes you happy. Now, how did I do, Richard? Was that a good answer? You know, I think maybe I had rehearsed it. She did a video call with me, is how I know. And she walked around the house and showed me the yard and everything. That's how I know. So as she was walking around the house, I was going, oh no. That's all I could think of was, oh no. They bought a place. I mean, there is room between the houses, but maybe like 100 feet or less, you know. And I'm thinking less because that house was really close, you know, like, whoa, you know. But now to the point where my friend Kenneth and Rhonda lived, the houses were built 40 years ago. The houses in that subdivision are about the same distance apart. So I look at the subdivision where they used to live in my head, and I go, you know, they are kind of close together, but you know, people put trees and shrubs in, and it kind of brought the, you know, right now those houses are just houses sitting there. There's no landscaping at all. Well, a little bit, a smattering and a pattering of it. But so, you know, in 2 years' time, with some shrubs and a tree or two here and there along the way, that's going to bring the neighborhood together. Right now, it just, phew, please. So anyway, I've been against those kind of neighborhoods forever. You know, I think people should have at least a half acre. Now, with their backyard, they might have a half acre. Still too close together. But anyway, so, oh man, I went by a 20 while I was packing. I'm a pistol packing papa. Arkansas Jones, if you will. Ooh, I switched brands. I had a couple of nubs left over from a container. What? Pistol packing. Pistol packing, son of a gun. Yep. And I can't pack a pistol, but I got my air guns, so I'm okay with that. I do think though that if I'm going to live another 10 years, that I do want to send off to the state, because I was picked up, for a nonviolent crime. The gun that they said that they got from my house, they lost, so it never made it to court. So they can't, write me up for the gun charge. And the conspiracy is like, who was I conspiring with? But, my lawyer was like, you conspired to steal appliances. What do you mean I don't know where they come up with that shit, buddy. We weren't stealing no appliances. We were selling drugs, Sorry about that. I don't know where they got that shit from. But so I know how the system goes on from the inside. And I've worked with people on the outside. It's like having a conversation with a friend, and they were talking about the mental health thing and how, they see people now from their side of the table. They see people on the other side of the table. And I was on the other side of the table, and I talked with a bunch of them people. We used to have a club. Honest to God. We were what was the name of the place? But anyway, it was like green something, rehabilitation or mental health department, something. Anyway, and we had our own little club, and there were 6 of us, and potentially a 7th, because they were crazy. We were trying to talk a bit ago, mental health. Hey, you need to take this pill and go see this doctor, But so, people on the outside looking in, well, all them people are crazy. All those people are, they have evil in them. I seen that one person, and his eyes were like this, and he did look evil. But he was a kind man. The reason his eyes were furrowed that way, because he was afraid. Get this. This guy was afraid that Jesus didn't love him. So we had this furrowed face all the time. And, and he had a physical ailment. I think it was sort of like cerebral palsy, but it was very light. In other words, that he could walk, but he had an odd gait when he walked, and his hands would clench, and he had trouble keeping them open. So he had it, but not full blown where he's in a wheelchair. And he didn't require any crutches, which was amazing. But anyway, so here's this guy. And so everybody's like, why is he mad all the time? Look at how his face is. He looks like he was a black gentleman to boot. So he looked mean. But because he was working there at the center where I was at, I'd ask him, he was riding on my bus. And it's like, look in the mirror and check everybody on the bus, make sure they ain't doing, nothing nasty, which they were inclined to do. Ruby Lee, oh my God. But so anyway, I'm always interested in asking, because some people, some of the teachers, for lack of a better word, instructors, they were like, I'm going to get to know them enough to keep them in line while they're here, all right, keep them from running out on the road and keep him from doing a blah, 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 keep him from, you know, jumping off the stairs on the second story or something, you know, keep an eye on them. Don't let them stick their hand in something, you know. And so, but as far as getting to know the client as to how they think, well, he's mentally retarded. What do I care what he thinks? But you'd be surprised. So as part of my shtick, if you will, I'm talking with these different clients, and uh, several of them had little phobias. Like the one was like, didn't want to be left alone in a room. Just couldn't stand it, you know. Him and his sister had grown up, honest to God, you had to go through 2 pastors, and they were in the 3rd one, in a ramshackle soap monstrosity of a house. And it was one of them, you know, Negra houses that you see in the old movies, like, you know, Gone with the Wind or something, right? And this old shanty was that old, you know, turn of the century old. And that's where they lived. And she was blind and he was visually impaired and had microcephalic. In other words, he had a small head for his brain. And it squashed everything in his brain. And so therefore there was a lot of stuff he just didn't get. So where am I headed with why does any of this matter? It's because there are human beings on this planet that are not gonna transform with everybody else on the same level. It ain't gonna happen. Now, in the next 2 days, we're getting hit by some really powerful electromagnetic waves, and y'all need to hold on to your underwear. I ain't joking. Don't know, but if it's powerful enough to shut off the electricity in grids, which it will be, it's not a Carrington event, but it's powerful and it's headed for us. I don't think tomorrow, maybe late tomorrow, the next day. So what are we going to do? Well, we're just going to sit here and wait for it to come in, put up our shield. I told everybody years ago, get your shield, physically and mentally, right? So don't know where you're going to get the shield, but apparently aluminum foil might work, or that Mylar, you might wrap yourself in one of those Mylar emergency blankets and ward off some of this stuff. I don't know, but it's going to happen because it's headed our way. We've seen it on the radar. What next? Well, was that on my agenda for these solar energies to come hit the planet? I don't think so. Well, what about your damned agenda, Dave? Well, my agenda, I'm still working on putting all the pieces together, for my manifestation. I'm not done with it yet. What I had planned and what I had wanted to manifest and these other things to help people, but they're still out there somewhere. Now, I have learned that because they haven't happened yet, they might not ever happen. I can see. But then, I didn't know I was going to get a Jeep. I love you, my brother Danny, who's fast, but I didn't know I was going to I didn't know he had a Jeep. Everybody said he had a car. It's a little compact car. It says Jeep on it. I asked my sister, she goes, well, I don't know what kind of car it is. And I said, well, take a picture. She did. She took a picture of the front of it. and it says Jeep right across the front. And I was like, Lynn, uh, do you see? I sent her a text back when she sent me the picture. I said, it's a Jeep. It says it right in the front. And she went, oh yeah, and laughed. So you want my sister, who's been driving my brother's car around after he passed, didn't know what kind of vehicle it was, and it has Jeep written across the front of it. I don't know what kind of car it is. So she's not going to understand some things. And so, in the category of folks that are out there, I was talking about this earlier today. So there are folks out there that are educated enough and who knows what the word philosophy means, philosophical thinking, deep thinking and thinking about, okay, enough of that, right? So, and there are some people, good friends of mine, their IQ isn't the greatest, but they have made a good living through life by being, he's a heavy equipment operator, and she worked as an assistant with an architect and did CAD. So both of them, decent work. She, because she works with computers, would understand more some of this stuff. You might even say something about blockchain and she might understand. But he'd go, blockchain, that's something I do. I put a block and a chain around my dog so he don't run off, that's blockchain to him. So somebody like that is not going to have the comprehension to jump up a whole level, to see things in a different light. Now, I think that IQ has a lot to do. I'm sorry, I'm not calling people stupid. But some folks have to be able to learn. Now, there are some folks that don't know they got it. They've got information that was given to them when they were born, maybe, or in a previous life or something. But they've got information, but they need to be retaught here. They have the mental capacity to understand it. My dear friend Emma, she's 16 going on 17. Beautiful, tall, straight, long red hair. Oh my God, she's if she hasn't been turning boys' heads and killing them, she will be. But smart, but she's practical too. And she's lazy. She needs to get unlazy because her last year in school, and she's already doing college work. That's how smart she is. But at some point, she's going to have to learn how to get her hands dirty. And she has, but she hasn't. She's only done a little yard work. Need to really get your hands dirty in life, So, but other than that, and the only way to do that is to live life. But when she graduates, they're going to take her on a trip through Europe. They're going to go to they're going to pick a train and they're going to take a tour and they're going to do the best they can for 2 weeks. And that's her graduation present. So that's cool, in my humble opinion. I never got a chance to go overseas, neither did any of them. So it's like Mandy's living her dream. Like, I've always wanted to come, to go to England and to see just the Tower of London, the London Bridge, just to see those. Big Ben, I went to London, I took a picture, and and she feels good about that. Ain't nothing wrong with that, If you go to Mount Rushmore, why'd you go? to take a look at presidents, maybe. It's really nice and hilly, and there's some beautiful country around where the Mount Rushmore is. But does anybody think of the national forest that it's in and that it belonged to the Indians? Well, most folks just go to see the presidents on a rock, you know. But anyway, so and you go there, you do it, and you leave. Right? That's one thing. Where some places you go, there's two or three things. There's the place itself, and you get more out of it than, oh, look, there's the rock. Oh, bye. And you're gone. Um, so when life is being planned for us, or, giant dinosaurs are pooping on us to keep us from getting our job done, I'm still working on my original uh, idea of my manifestation. I'm still working on the property. I'm still, uh, I'm trying to get my health back up and be able to walk correctly, you know, and be able to stand up straight without pain. Still working on that. Haven't given up, but um, I've had to readjust how I can work because of my situation, what's happened to the property and the situation. Um, and some of the things that's happened to the property happened through the county. There are things I used to be able to do here, and now I can't do those things because they passed an ordinance, an executive order. So, and I'm going to have to catch up with some of these ordinances to make sure I ain't screw it up. But I'm down here in the woods, and they can't see me, and only if I make noise can they hear me. So, um, but my plan is still the same, is what I'm trying to um, get you to understand. So, you know, other people, their lives have taken this turn, that turn, this turn, that turn. But when they get down through all the turns, they sort of ended up where they needed to be. It was just odd how they get there. So a lot of folks these days, I've talked for an hour about this. Shame on me, because I was trying to figure out how to say it. But anyway, but these other folk, they see it as a straight line. And life ain't like that. Now, to some of these folks who may have some backing with parents or somebody else, or somebody, had some help. For me, I had a Coke bottle, that was it. And I threw it back because I was pissed at them. So, living in a cardboard box and doing what I did to get started. But I started out with a cardboard box knowing I was going to do better, knowing I was going to have to live there for another week and a half, some bitch, to make enough money so that I could rent this place, right? So I had enough money to rent it, but I didn't have any money for gas money. I didn't have any money for food, and I was like, this is stupid. So I had to sleep in a cardboard box for an extra week to get enough money so that I could rent this place and still have some money left over for food. So, that was 1970 in July, hot as a mofo in a cardboard box. And I had snuck into the back of this appliance store, and I had knocked a refrigerator box over on its side with the opening towards the shop. And there was an old refrigerator sitting out here blocking where I was at. And they were outside under a cover, old refrigerators. And so I would crawl in there after 11 o'clock at night and slide down in that refrigerator box, and that was home. And I almost got caught. And A week after I got out of the cardboard box, I was approached by the guy, and he goes, "Were you staying in the back of the shop?" And I was real hesitant to answer. And I said, "Yes, sir." I said, "I figured you was a kind man and that you wouldn't mind that if I slept in a cardboard box until I made enough money to be able to rent that place, across the street." "Why didn't you tell me?" He said, "You could have stayed in the shop and slept on the couch. And then you'd have had a TV and the air conditioner." See, he was a nice guy. He was that kind of a nice guy. He would have took me in and put him on the couch because he trusted me. So you never know who your friend's going to be or who your enemy's going to be. So, but there are folks out there that I've talked to recently, and they're telling their friends to not trust anyone. Now, I would say, be careful, folks, and don't trust all your information to somebody you don't know, and don't trust your personal information. People sharing their information all over the internet anyway. But I mean, if you come up to meet someone, you don't blurt out that, blah, blah, blah. No, you have conversation and they're pleasant. You get to know one another. And then you can tell them little things about your life or something. Um, Now, here's a bad example. If I was around some people and we were having polite conversation, smoking a cigarette and blah, 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 and somebody said, I just sold my house and, the ding and the da and the that. And I'm like, yeah, I just got my new tax thing in, and the damn thing went up another, $50 or $200 or, so I'm having a conversation in general with people, and I could see myself bringing up somehow in the conversation about my granddaughter bought a new house and that it cost a bunch of money. And, but that's as far as I would go with it. And some people would say, "David, you said too much." I didn't say her name. I didn't say where they bought the house. You know, I did mention the price, but I mentioned it higher than it actually was, but it was still in the ballpark. And I didn't say where, and I didn't mention anything. I don't even know what my granddaughter's doing. She was on the GI Bill going to school. So, and I knew they were giving her a stipend, and I know that her wife makes a decent amount of money with what she does with working with house mortgages and things and stuff. She works at home through a bank, and she can log on to the bank from home and do the work she needs. But she has to go in, I think, 2 days a week and show up there. So, but she lives 10 miles away. Come on, go to work. But but apparently they make enough money to be able to make the payments on their house. But I wouldn't discuss that. I'd say, man, these house prices, my granddaughter just bought a house for $350,000 and down in Pensacola. Holy crap. I think she paid too much. I could have that conversation with strangers, but that's as far as it would go. Well, you mentioned your granddaughter. Okay. You mentioned she bought a new house. Yeah. And you mentioned Pensacola. They can find her. How? I don't even know her last name. Because she got married. I don't know. I don't know what's going on. To me, she's Sammy. Samantha. So, but anyway, are we predestined to manifest things? And the manifesting of things obviously takes thought. There will be people that will argue their pants off with me about that. But no matter what it is, I mean, try to think about manifestation without thinking about it. I'm not going to think about manifesting. I know I just said the word manifest, but I'm going to not think about manifesting anything. You still are, dummy. You're still yakking about it. So all of these things go into the quantum field. It does. And the question was asked, the higher powers that speak through crazy people. Okay. Now, is the devil actually talking to him? Because that one guy was face was all scrunched up and his hands were like this because he had CP. And wait a minute, the reason he was scrunched up when I got to know him was that he thought Jesus didn't love him. And he couldn't figure out what he did wrong. But his aunt told him after church one Sunday that he better not do a such and such, or Jesus wouldn't love him. And so his aunt, freaking mean ass, bitch ass old white lady, I'm sorry, I can cuss them out too, kept putting in this poor man. Now he was in his 30s, okay? And she was she was just old and mean. But she would put this thing down. And it was sort of like, don't go outside after dark. The boogeyman will get you. His mentality was such that he believed that if he went outside at night, the boogeyman was going to get him. Period. So he had the mind of a 8-year-old maybe. The boogeyman's going to get him. And so when she would say something like that, and so he thought he had done something wrong. And he hadn't told anybody what it was, but he thought he had done something wrong and that Jesus didn't love him anymore because of what his aunt said. So I sat down with him. We had a little chit chat, a couple of the staff members, and we were like, listen, Jerome, no. Your aunt's we didn't tell him that she lied. We told him that she was stretching the truth, which she was. She was trying, he's got a mind of an 8-year-old, so she was treating him like an 8-year-old, but there was, something else in there, and it offended him. So, but anyway, so he would sit and brood, that brooding face, and it was all scrunched up, and, in the right light, he looked like hell. He was going to beat you up, but he was praying that Jesus would forgive him for doing this thing. So it's like, so what'd you do? Jerome, what'd you do? Well, Mr. No, can you just give me a hint? I know you're probably embarrassed and no, Mr. No. And he looked up at me. He said, I forget it. I forgot. I almost burst out laughing. But because he forgot what he did wrong, or what he thought he did wrong. So he couldn't ask anybody about it as to whether or not what he did was wrong. You know what I mean? So now he's got this guilt about what he had done. And it was something about being around a tractor, or he opened up the back end of the tractor or something and let some, they grew sweet potatoes. And so, you know, it was his job to take care of the culls, and it was his job. And so he wasn't sure if he did it right. And if he wasn't sure if he opened or closed his thing or whatever. It was something simple like that. But he was like, man, you know, this is your job. You better do it. Don't you, you know? So they were demanding with certain things to the point where he was scared and they didn't know. So they thought he was mad all the time. But he was mad. He was mad at himself for forgetting that which he was supposed to remember, so he could ask somebody if they'd done something wrong. Now, that is a convoluted way of things. And I was like, Jerome, I said, Jesus loves you. Without a doubt. And so I went and got a Bible and shared a little scripture with him, you know, and then I got to thinking, you know, around, because we had children there at the center. It was about half and half. We had about 80 clients, and there was about 40 of them that were adults that we took out on work crews and things. And then the rest of them, the children, you know, under teenage and under, if they had teenage in the phrase, then they stayed downstairs. So, but there were classroom situations with ABCs and stuff and reading and, you know, and that kind of thing. So anyway, but he was so damn happy after that. His face brightened up. And I said, Jerome, I said, if you ever have a problem like that again, I just come and get me. Mr. No, you be my friend? I said, yeah, I'm your friend. That's why I can tell you that Jesus loves you. So we got some of the little kids downstairs. Well, the ones that could walk, so they were more like 8 and 10. But I went downstairs and asked the teacher, and I talked to all the kids, and I said, you know, I found out why Jerome looks sad all the time. Why is that, Mr. No? And I said, because he told me he didn't think Jesus loves him. And old Larry Godden in the back, well, Jesus loves everybody, Mr. No. And I said, I know, but I'm going to bring Jerome in here, and I want you to do me a favor. And they were like, what's that, Mr. No? I want you to sing a song. What song, Mr. No? Mr. You know, they're hollering and being all, you know, excited, you know. And I said, Jesus loves the little children, all of the children of the world. Because they knew the song, they had sang it before. And so I told them, thank you. I think it was before lunch. And so they always got their lunch and took it to the classroom. And we always went in and got our lunches and went up and ate upstairs in the auditorium. So we went upstairs and ate, did our thing, and we're taking our plates back downstairs and cleaning up the tables and everything. And I was like, Jerome, I said, come with me for a minute. And we went into the classroom right there beside us. And sure enough, went in there and I was like, oh, excuse me, are y'all done eating lunch and everything? Yes, sir, Mr. Hill. I said, do you remember that secret, that little special thing I wanted you to do for me? Yeah. And I said, you know, everybody say hi to Jerome. And it was like, hi, Jerome, how you doing? And of course, Larry Godden in the back goes, Mr. Hill told us, you know, Jesus loves you, Jerome. He does love you. Now, don't worry about that. And Jerome just perked up, you know, and he looking around and his face lit up from that scowl, well, I'm going to kill you look. And he said, really? Now, he was partially blind too. So he could barely see Larry Godden in the back, and Larry couldn't see him at all. And he said, yeah, you trust this to know. Jesus loves you, Jerome. And so the teacher, Miss Willoughby, she, all right, children, let's sing the song and tap, tap, tap. And they all, Jesus. And so, because he, in his mind, is a little child of 8 years old mentally, to hear the song by his peers, by his classmates, Jesus loves the little children, all the little children of the world. And he just lit up. So I know, long story to get to a point, but that whenever he got a little depressed or thought he'd done something wrong, he could sing that song to get him through. Mr. No, I think I made a mistake. What's that, Jerome? I did such and such. No, that's just a little mistake. That ain't nothing, you know. That ain't a big thing. No, Jerome, that's little. And if I did 2 or 3 of those, well, you know, you don't want to make a mess now, but if you drop one, that's okay, you know. Okay, Mr. Hill. And he, Jesus loves the little child. So where he walked around with a scowl all the time and everybody thought he was going to kill him, he walked around with a bright face and the folks in his little community there couldn't believe it. But nobody freaking stopped to ask the man what was wrong. Period. He thought that Jesus didn't love him anymore. And all he needed was some reassurance. He couldn't read the Bible or nothing, so he couldn't get there on his own, you know. But the people around us, we didn't really do sermons or preaching, but we would say, you know, in the Gospel of St. John, something, 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 you know. And they go, oh, yeah, that's St. John. He was a cool dude, wasn't he? You know. And then, you know, in the Gospel of St. Mark, you know, da 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 da. So, but we wouldn't preach, you know, sit down and no, we would tell them in a way that they could understand, you know, what Jesus was trying to get across to the whoever, right? Or what the story was about it. So, and that I enjoyed. I did. Um, I did a little transcribing, if you will, because, you know, there were some things, you know, to what, you know, and to this, if somebody went, no, I skipped all that, you know, and just stuck with the major things because that's all their brains could handle. Now, why did I tell that story? Because those people in that situation, they could exist. They did exist. They could be helpful to the community in that they sorted things that nobody likes to sort. You know, you go, well, what's that? Because there's a shitload of money in screws and nails and stuff, but when they're mixed up, you can't sell them. And nobody wants to sit there and pick out all the things. So you give them 500 pounds of screws and nuts and bolts that you've been collecting, that somebody's filled and this and that, and you want them sorted back out. And you pay so much for the sorted pound, right? That's all. But it saved as much money. And it gave all these folks money. They got paid for their jobs and they learned about things, right? And the biggest thing is that they learned was they got, so, you know, Jerome had a dream. And this goes back to the same thing I'm talking about. He had wanted to manifest a bicycle. He wanted just a, you know, an old Schwinn bicycle, 3-speed, you know, no speed, you know, just a bicycle. And, you know, for one reason or another, he couldn't have one. And so, but the money that he made, he saved up. And we was all, what you going to do with that money, Jerome? Oh, it's a secret, you know. Okay, you know. You ain't going to hurt nobody, are you? Oh, no, 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 no. I'm going to get me something. Okay. So now all this time he's saving up what little, I mean, they only get paid like $10 a week kind of thing. But he was saving up some of his money for a bicycle. Well, when we and the staff heard about it, somebody had a bicycle in their garage they were getting rid of. Wanted to know if anybody wanted a bicycle. So while Johnny he was riding around, he was over in that neighborhood, picked up the bicycle, got it out of her garage, and brought it over there. And now he couldn't take it home because his parents would be mad because he had a bicycle. But we gave him time when we had quote playtime outside. We had a swimming pool. It was a stand-up pool, and they could go swimming on certain days. And um, we had swings and slides and other stuff. They could play ball, basketball, and so he rode his bicycle around the inside of the fence. That was a big field. It was at least 2 acres. So he could ride his bicycle around there, and nobody bothered him. And he'd ride around with it, just cheesing it, just just cheesing it, smiling, profiling. And so you think these people still have value, but you got to be able to get to where that value is. Now, what's it got to do with the rest of this? Because even Jerome, with his limited amount of capacity, he was a nice guy and all that, but uh, he was only good for sorting stuff. Trust me. But so he still had value. He still came to work every day with a positive attitude. He still did his best. And he communicated well with his peers, kind of thing. And then it was about 3 weeks later, they took him out of the center. And we couldn't find out where he went because we're supposed to know, if you leave here, where'd you go? Because he was a part of the mental health system in the state of Georgia. So his parents took him. It wasn't like that, somebody kidnapped him, but we feel like he was kidnapped by his parents. I mean, he was 30 something years old, but he was still kidnapped. And he would talk about how they treated him at home and how he had to go out and stand on the porch a lot. And I mean, just stuff, right? So it sounds like he had been bounced around between relatives, and he had been bounced to this relative who said, "That's it." And so he was off to go bounce with another one. But I always wondered, what did that change his thoughts and beliefs on what his future could be? Because he got a bicycle, even though we got it for him on the free, and he couldn't take it with him, but he had a bicycle. And the fact that he was able to attain some of those things that he was wishing for. I wish I could have me a bicycle. Well, ain't that the same thing, So I'm wishing for peace and praying each and every day that each and every one of you will continue to learn how to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the many blessings in and from the universe. And yes, there are timelines out there. There's a whole nother there's a whole nother area with different levels of physics we have yet to stumble on. Okay. And there's a lot of information coming out now about a lot of different stuff. There's a lot of scientists that are starting to think out of the box, and they're getting on the edge of some of this stuff. So I think the truth is out there, depending on what you're seeking, but the truth is out there regardless. And because all of the questions have already been answered, and the answers are in the universe. So I will continue to pray that each and every day, that each and every one of you will continue to learn how to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the many blessings out there in the universe. They're all around you. Just tap into it. And I made a comment earlier today. I said, they were saying, well, you just can't give up your old ways. And I said, well, you know, um, I've had two friends of mine that gave up smoking, and they just said, I think I'm going to give up smoking. And they threw the pack that they had away and quit smoking. So there are folks who are like, me, it took me years to finally give up drinking. Even though I cut my drinking down to like a glass, I'd drink a glass of beer and I'd get sick. So it was good Lord telling me, I don't want you drinking, Dave. And I did, and I got sick. So sometimes some of us are more hard headed. But the thing is, with anything that we do, we have to think about it. That's why I'm still smoking cigarettes. you know, I have to think about it. And when my chest is hurt, my heart's in here going, every time you smoke one of them, you kill one of your valves a little more. So structurally speaking, I should not smoke cigarettes, because I got leaky valves, that's not good. It's what makes me pass out. Cheers. But all of us make the choices. Sometimes there are incidents like my brother passing away and me getting a Jeep, you know. Sometimes there are instances that just get dropped in your lap. They don't happen all the time. I don't have a rich uncle. They're all dead. I'm the uncle who's going to die. And who am I going to leave what I got to? If I do, oh, well. So, anywho, um, so you never know, good or bad, where there's something's going to happen. But see, the Jeep came to me and it was bad because I had to pay a crap load of money and the insurance is outrageous. So I'm really going to have to suck it up if I want to keep driving the Jeep and afford the insurance. So, ooh, look, Dave's got a new Jeep. Okay. And I'm looking and going, ooh, Dave's got a new um, $1,800 payment a year. He's got a shit out. Oh, that hurts. Where's that money going to come from? Well, Duggar ain't going to get as many treats, and I'm going to have to cut corners because I don't make any more money. So yeah, but I got a new vehicle. It's really nice, but I'm paying for it with the insurance. Who knew, right? So you look at what you want to do. You think you know how you're going to get there, right? I want to achieve this. I want the house on the hill, as they used to say. I want that house on the hill up there. All right. So, but sometimes that hill's a little high. You can't go straight up. You got to kind of walk around a little bit in a spiral to get to the top. Well, you still get there. And that's the point. And thinking about us old timers and my friends that are still walking and talking, we're still here and we're proud of it. A friend of a friend he's very old in his like 90s, and they threw him out of the nursing home because his insurance was up. Now, why can't they take some of the money that they were paying to some seniors who were 150 years old and pay this man's bill, through Medicaid because it's run out because he's 98 years old and nobody's supposed to live this long. Well, so they literally dumping him on the street. He's homeless. What? So, what kind of society do we live in when we turn a 98-year-old man loose on the street because his Medicaid's run out? I mean, really, how's he going to survive on his own? Obviously, nobody cares because they're turning him loose. Now, there might have been somebody that cared. Well, I don't know what to do. And I work for a nursing home. And then when a bed comes empty, when somebody passes or somebody moves, which is rare, if they get moved, they go to the funeral home. So, um, you know, this guy's insurance runs out. They want to fill that bed right away. They want that money back. They don't want to. They can't afford a non-payer in a bed that's supposed to be, maxed out. They got expenses. They got to pay. So how they pay them is by filling the beds. So here's a deadbeat, not dead yet, but we're not getting any money out of him. So adios. And everybody in the system says, well, what are we going to do with him? Well, the county don't want him, and this person don't want him, and we don't want him because they don't have any money. So what do we do with him? Well, Mr. Smith, you're 98 years old and you're a little bit cognizant. We're going to put you here on the corner and you can go anywhere you want to. You're a free man, damn it. You've been freed, God Almighty. You've been freed as a black man. Go anywhere you want to. Ain't that the shits? Did any of us plan on that? Did any of us plan on that scenario in general? I don't think so. So anyway, I can't get to everybody as much as I would like to help everybody. So I have been given the task to continue to pray each and every day that each and every one of you will continue to learn how to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the many blessings from the universe. And also that you can sit here and listen to me for any length of time. So I love you. There's strangeness going on. And if you want to manifest a better future, we all have to take the steps to do it. And if you know somebody that's caught up on this word, manifest, put a manifest that gonna be, would you please tell them that they're using the wrong word? They're using the wrong word. Have them look it up and study it. They're using the wrong word. And the people who gave you that word to use gave it to you. They should have used another word. Okay. Sorry, the idea is good, but the word's wrong. Get the right word. You don't have to tell them and jump in their shit, but tell them they're using the wrong word. And they are. So I'm going to manifest. No, you're not. You're going to plan for. I'm going to manifest a new house. No, you're going to plan and figure out how you're going to make an extra amount of money and how you're going to do this and how you're going to afford the house. And you're going to have to come up with, $50,000 deposit, down payment, so you can buy that $500,000 home. No, you got work to do. So you're not going to manifest it. You're going to work on it. You've got to plan on it. So anyway, keep on planning. I love you all. And we're getting heavy energies coming in late tomorrow and the next day. Don't freak out. And if you're wearing anything magnetic, you might want to put your phones in the refrigerator, in the freezer, or the refrigerator. If that event is coming to your neighborhood, I would suggest you turn it off, the cell phone, and put it in a refrigerator kind of thing that will help shield it from these the rays coming off the sun. Ain't nothing else you can do about anything else, but you can put your phones in the refrigerator. Turn them off, put them in the refrigerator, and wait till the event's over. Better to do that than to fry your phone along with everybody else if it happens. But it is on its way. That's the truth. It is on its way. Wow, I passed another 20. How long have I been on here? Oh, shit, almost 4 hours. Well, I'll take another one on the way out. So um, oh, an addendum and a frog. Um, I feel like I am getting messages from the universe. I feel like my angel buddies, spirit guides, give me a little nudge every once in a while and point me in a direction to go, look, keep an eye on that over there. Look at what they got and then report to us later, kind of thing. Which means reporting to them later means to do to do a live stream. So, but there's so many folks, um, did you channel Mother Mary? No, she just showed up. Like when I was a kid, she just showed up. And I don't know whether she spoke to me or spoke to me I heard her, but I don't know if she used her mouth. Okay. So Sister Helene, I knew from high school. And so she didn't need to say anything, but her presence was like, I could have accepted Mother Mary by herself because she contacted me when I was a child. But Sister Helene from Tampa Catholic was like, now we had wonderful conversations together. She taught me a hell of a lot about a bunch of stuff about the Vatican and the church and all kinds of things and kept me from doing something wrong, like become part of the Catholic Church. Uh, I hope I made her proud because here I am sitting here talking about this, and I kind of see her with like she didn't say a whole lot. She wore her habit like down to here, her white habit pulled down to there, and she would do this little tiny wink at you, and that was sort of your attaboy, and the wink was sort of like it was her way of she didn't like to choose one student over another. So she told me, she said, David, she said, your drawing was excellent compared to the other people. And when I got out into the real life and started looking at real blueprints, I was like, holy cow, there wasn't but one other person other than me in that class that could have even come close to being a draftsman. But so anyway, um, she didn't want to make the other people feel bad. It's like, look at this guy's drawing. This is the way it's supposed to be done. And instead, she would give me a wink and a nod, like, good job. And I'm like, so offend the rest of the damn class. She goes, no, that's how I'm a teacher. And that's how I feel that I'm most effective. And everybody, after they got done with Sister Helene's, everybody loved her, even though she had that grumpy look on her face all the time. Come to find out that she was grumpy like that because she didn't like the way the system worked. How about that one? So, anyway, I love you all. Please be safe. Cheers. And see, what I was trying to get across to with, what the native peoples do, sitting around the fire and telling a story or talking about what you gathered that day and what you're going to do tomorrow. And It's how the peacefulness of the situation. It's like the air in a bagpipe being let out, but not as noisy. It's like an accordion, the accordion is stretched out, and when you push it together, it goes, yeah, it makes noise, right? So, um, when you've closed the accordion and you've taken all the air out, then a lot of accordions are beautiful. They got pearl inlay and stuff. So you've got this beautiful instrument that has piano fingering and stuff, and has different sounds and and it works by pumping air into it. Cool. Well, but then once you take it off and close it, the air's out. Now it just sits and it represents the songs that it can play. That accordion sitting there going, go ahead, pick me up. I can play. Man, I can play. You play the polka, pick me up. You pick me up. I can play. And ain't too many accordion players around anymore, but. But so the potential is there, is where I'm headed with this. The potential for making music of any kind, or maybe just noise, stays with that appliance, that instrument, right? As long as you open it up and squeeze it closed and hit the keys, there you go. So, in a way, it's once the instrument is done, the instrument, therefore, is predestined to play music. It doesn't have a value of anything else, except maybe looking pretty as an ornament in somebody's house. But it's reached its journey as far as what it was made for. It was made to play music. What happens after that wasn't in our little story of predestination. Somebody made the accordion, it goes out there, it was sold, and somebody bought the accordion, and now they got it. But so the original person's dream, the original person's goal, the original person's what he wanted or she wanted to manifest was a beautiful, playable instrument, accordion. So now that guy that made that accordion is like fond memories. I built it and it sounded good, and I'm glad I sold it, and I'm hoping the people that got it, And so he has put that wish into the universe, but he's put it out there after the fact, right? He's already built it. It's already out there. It's achieved its goal that he put in his matrix. I'm going to build this accordion. It's going to make music, but it depends on the person or persons who pick it up to play it as to whether or not the music's going to be beautiful or not, right? So you can't plan on that. So in life, we can do things, and our intentions, our goal, I'm tired. I need to shut up. I'm forgetting words. So, but what it means is that, we can do some of these things, but it takes time and we should be patient. And there's nothing wrong with asking the universe to help us out if we need it. Because Nikola Tesla used to go to sleep with a pad of paper and a pencil by his bed. Because there were times when he would wake up in the middle of the night with an idea or a word or a phrase or something, and he wrote it down. And there were times when he, mentioned later on that he would get these downloads of things on how to do stuff. So is it possible in the universe to hear things like that in your dreams, or it's just in your head. And there are so many people who are afraid that it's a demon or that it's some other. It could be, but let me tell you, if it was a demon or something, you would know immediately. Okay. If something tried to come in and mess with you, you would know instantaneously. Oh, holy crap. What the? You would know. You would know. Even by yourself or with somebody, you would know. And of course, the first thing you should say is like, get the hell away from here. And so, and then the fight could go on from there. But if you're going to fight right off the bat, they ain't going to bother you because they don't want to fight with you. They want to be able to slip into a dumbass. You got a cousin that's quiet all the time. He's a good kid and all, but he's off to himself a little bit, and he hasn't done anything wrong. He doesn't go out and disembowel chickens or nothing, he, but then one day his eyes have changed. His tone of voice has changed. And now he is killing birds with a BB gun, but he's still killing them. And he's piling them up. What are you doing? Well, I'm piling them up. For what? Well, he's got some lame excuse. That's the one you ought to worry about. He was fine. Fine. Oops. Not so fine. Kind of weird. Not so fine. Need to keep our little observer eyes on. And because there are some creepies out there that are nearby, So please be safe. One more time. So why do I smoke a pipe? Because every time I smoke, and I'm usually by myself, but every time I smoke, like the native cultures have done, and some of them still do, is they believe that with the pipe and the communion, there's nobody here to share it with except you. And so I'm sharing my pipe with you all this distance away, but I'm sharing this pipe and I'm saying the prayers. And so native people believes that when they share the pipe, that their prayers will be heard as the smoke filters up to the heavens. So I don't see nothing wrong with that. Somebody says, well, that sounds silly. Okay, still going to do it, So when I light my pipe, I think of the pipe ceremony and, and sharing the peace pipe around with other people. So I'm sharing this long distance peace pipe, okie doke. And that, we together in our energies, we believe that the quantum has good energy in it. We believe that the creator is a good guy. Just don't cross him. We believe in ancients from other planets. We believe these things because they were told to us. And we believe that if you sit around with other folk and calm down, have a fire, but the biggest thing is to calm down. Fire is just what brings everybody together, but calm down. So what's going on now? The biggest thing now for us to do is to not necessarily gather the wagons, circle the wagons. We need to circle the wagons for a different reason. We need to circle the wagons to share a pipe, the peace pipe. Well, I don't like what you do. Fine. Get your freaking butt over here and sit down, and we're going to talk about peace. What kind of things? So just shut up and sit down, because people don't shut up and sit down enough. Because I've been around many circles over the years. I miss them. And there's usually a master of ceremonies, if you will, the chief or the head or whatever, and it could be a woman. And so that, in between stories or in between songs or whatever it is, she, gets the next thing going, right? She keeps she keeps the show going. So, but during this, if they have a pipe ceremony, there are people there that have never smoked a pipe. They've never had that camaraderie. So get together, everybody, move in a little closer, and we have this sacred pipe, and we're going to fill it with tobacco, and this is what we do. And I would like everyone to share in this. We're going to smoke this peace pipe. And the thing is, it's getting everybody together. It's getting everybody together for a common goal. What's the common goal? We're going to smoke a peace pipe. Why? For peace, dummy. So we quit fighting. So the Great Spirit will hear our prayers and listen to the cacophony of stupidity that's down here, and maybe filter a couple of pronouns down here to they and them to cut it out. Cut it out, they and them. I ain't going to do it. I'm not going to call you they or them. I'm not going to do it. I'm going to call it like I see it, or I'm not going to call it at all. So, but anyway, yeah, there are people getting in trouble because there are people in disguise who think they're a different gender than they are. And these people in disguise, you can't, the girl's got a mustache. Come on, And there are some girls with mustaches, but no, you ain't going, I'm a girl. So, back in the day, we would have beat the hell out of some of them people. Don't want to kill them, but we'd beat the hell out of them and say, you shouldn't do that sort of thing around here. And so they need to make a place. They need to make Oz. These poor people need Oz. They need a place that's called queerdom or something, And they can all go there and be happy. Here's an island. It's a nice island. It's a big island. Lots of stuff on it. You will be happy there. Go there, and once a year, you can leave and visit someplace. But only once a year. You got to stay there. That's the deal. If you stay out in public, you got to act right. You can't be wearing none of this other stuff in public. You can do it around the house. But the topic is you can't do it in public. Put your dresses back in the closet till you get home. Sorry. We're not telling you can't be that. Just not public. You can go home and do it all you want to. Cheers. But you can't do it in public. No more. That's the rule. And to me, I want to dress a different way. And who are they to tell me? Well, because the next rule is you're going to get your ass kicked if you don't follow the rules, then what's going to happen is they're going to give you, and that pink slip, you're going to have to wear on your shirt. And better not come off, but that pink slip gives everybody the freedom to kick your ass. Because you have broken the law, then the law states any citizens in your neighborhood, or you walk into a store, or you're on the street and you're doing what you're not supposed to do, like dress like a woman or do something funky, you're out of here. Now, see, you can still be gay, just wear a suit. I mean, I keep referencing, I've been watching Dave Rubin for years, and somebody even called me gay because I watched Dave Rubin, right? Well, his husband's name, Dave, like, okay. So, and then with me, that's 3 Daves. And I had that in school. But no, but the idea that he's a gay man on television doing his thing. He's not acting straight. He's just not acting gay. He's still gay. He still has a man for a partner. They went and adopted some children, I understand. They're brave people. They've taken on a family, trying to be a family. And unfortunately, they can't help that they're gay, and they're very happy with who they are. And both of them have been through traumas and things in their life. But so here, we don't talk about his husband, but a lot of folks know his husband, but here's Dave Rubin out in the public, and to me, not obviously a gay man, but he hasn't tried to hide it. And so here's a gay man talking about how crappy it is that these trans people are walking around trying to do this pseudo gay stuff. So I'm standing behind the gay people on this one. I know a lot of gay people. So you want to dress up? Halloween, or on a birthday, or on a special occasion, or in your backyard, but it's no longer permissible out in public. So Dave Rubin, gay man, he and his husband, they just wear regular guys' clothes, nothing fancy, nothing schmancy, suit and a tie when they're, got to go somewhere, which is like sociably acceptable. But these people who are gay like this, they don't want to be socially acceptable. Because you could come out as a transvestite, but it doesn't mean you have to wear your stuff in public. Okay, we accept you. Now go to the house. Now you can stay out in here and play with us. Boy or girl, we don't care. But you got to act boy or girl. You can act feminine in guys' clothes. That's okay. Don't have a problem with it. I'm going to hurt you. But you start dressing that clownish ass way, you're going to get a pink slip. And that's going to mean anybody can come and whoop your ass. And several at a time if they want to. So stay in the house or take them clothes off. That's it. The loudspeaker comes on in the village. Attention, attention, everyone. George Segal, who lives on Apple Street, 112 Apple Street, has just received a pink slip. And you hear, yay, and cheers, and you can't use a gun, you can't use a ball bat, you got to use your fist or your feet. That's the deal. You can't take any weapons into the fray. It has to be with your hands. So, hey, let's go roll a queer, but he got a pink slip, But I think in some cases with some of these people, not to say that Dave is a violent person, but if there was somebody who was being annoying and dressing and doing, and he was nearby, he might be one of the first people to go over and want to slug him and say, "What are you doing? Don't you know that this is not socially acceptable? Period." That's all we're asking, be socially acceptable. And there are some other people, that would probably sashay over to him and go, "Oh, that looks so nice, but it's against the rules." There are ways to not have to kick your ass. But if you're going to be a consistent dickhead, then we have permission to kick your ass. By the rules, everybody agrees. See all these people lined up wanting to kick your ass? Then he's like, well, why do they want to kick my ass? And everybody points a finger at it and they go, "'Cause you're a dumbass." Well, I should be able to do what I want, when I want, anywhere I want to. No, dude, there are social rules. You may not like them, but there are social rules. You can get naked at home. You can get naked in the when you're changing in the shower room or in the gym. Acceptable. You can get naked if you have fire ants all over you and you in South Georgia or Louisiana. It is acceptable for you to be naked if you have wasps down your back and you cannot get rid of them. It is proper for you to strip naked and get them yellow jackets out of your pants if you have stepped into a batch of them while mowing the grass. It is perfectly acceptable to strip on the spot. But, sir, to walk in that outfit, we would rather you walk naked. That's how bad it is. We don't want to see your swinging junk. You should tie it up. But so what we're asking is you can be naked, but in your home. That's all. That's socially acceptable. So please, dear folk, use some common sense and say, you might want to wear that in public, but the public don't want you to wear it out. Well, I can do what I want and think what I want inside your home. You should follow that statement up with inside your home. I can strip naked. I can put twirlies on my nipples. Great. Inside your home. Well, now you could go to somebody else's inside their home. That's acceptable. You could go to P. Diddy's house and anything's acceptable. Okay, that's enough. All right. So for those of you who made it to the end, maybe that was funny. I've sat here laughing about it after the fact I don't know where that came from. But anyway, so, a lot of crazy stuff in this world, you know, and we need to take a step back. I keep bringing up the rabbit card upside down. And it means for us to, like if we're next to the highway and there's a lot of traffic, it means we need to hold still. If I know we got 6 lanes of traffic, we got to get over to the other side. I know, but we're gonna stand here until we're damn sure there ain't no, speedos coming at over the hill and down through. No, we're gonna stand right here because rabbits have a tendency to get run over. Nope, 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 nope. We're gonna sit right here and we're gonna make sure we don't hear nothing coming. There ain't nothing coming from the other way. We don't hear, and then we're gonna go. So it's one of them things, right? It's not just you're scared, you're being cautious. So we all need to lean up against the wall, pretending that there are, cars going back and forth in front of us, which life is doing that. And that we need to stand back up here in the, in the hollow of on the street, doorway, and watch them cars go by. And when the street's clear, then go. And that's sort of what the message is. And that looking around and about the last week now, it just seems like that's what's in the air. I want to pull a card later on. So, um, or cards, a spread, and see what comes up. But that's what the message seems to be, and especially with these big waves of energy coming in these next, tomorrow afternoonish and tomorrow's Wednesday, yeah, and then into Thursday. I don't know what side of the planet it's going to hit, but these suckers are big enough to where they're going to reverberate all around the planet. That's a G4 coming in first. I'm not sure what the other wave is right, and it's right behind it too, buddy. And then there's that third one that popped off the sun, and they are right at us. So that's a lot of energy coming from the sun. It's crap load. It's just amazing how much energy is stored in that. And when it hits our magnetosphere, it's invisible. Yep, I know. And but it's this invisible protection. So it's sitting out here like this, all nice and groovy, and them rays are coming at it, hell bent for election, and then them rays hit what we've got around our planet, and our planet's kind of weak. So, you know, ours is gonna, weaken and pull in like this. And then that next one's going to hit, and we're not going to have enough time to rebound. So our shields will be pulled in and before it could rebound, and then the next one's going to hit it as we rebound from the first one. And then as we get hit with the second one, the interval of the wave and the time that it rebounds is going to do it again. So what's the rebound about? The rebound is just that the wave coming in is going to be like kind of, it's going to be weird, but it's the fact that it's a coming, and that's what's going to happen. So anyway, hold on to your panties. Been telling folks for years, find you an inner tube type device and get in it and hold on. Because these energy waves are going to be powerful at times, and they go up, we go down, up, and down, and we go up. This is one of them. Holy crap. And down the other side. So hang on, hang on, hang on, Sloopy. Till next time. I love you. Bye. Please be safe.